getting exciting.
How do you not score?
Wait a second, Fireman is how you don't score.
Keep it coming, team.
Good offense is trying to find a play and a great kick of block.
And once again, I've cleaned house.
Aw, what happened? Were you glitching out?
getting exciting.
How do you not score?
Wait a second, Fireman is how you don't score.
Keep it coming, team.
Get off of me trying to find a play and a great Google block.
And once again, I've cleaned house.
Aw, what happened? Were you glitching out?
Hello everyone and welcome to the NASA broadcast. I'm here with Brickbat and we're here to bring you the first two matches of today. But before that, we have something that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. What is it, Brickbat?
We've got NASA All-Pro. We've got some results to show. Yeah, results.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay, well, we'll just jump right into it. All-Pro third team. As voted by the players, by the way, there was no staff input in this one, to be clear. So this ballot was very interesting. But All-Pro third team, it is a PLX sweep. It's Shapeshifting, Josh, and Zay forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's a team here that's guaranteed top three. It makes sense that they'd be here. I think that obviously Shapeshifting, earning most valuable sub, probably earns him a spot here, even though he might not have played the full season. I think Meg and Josh as well have been phenomenal. I think Josh in the midfield has been looking really, really scary overall. So pretty good, pretty solid as a third team overall. We'll see though if they end up placing third here today.
Yeah, and next up is the All-Pro second team. That is Luke, Fire Maiden, and Twisty. Unfortunately, they have fallen earlier on into the playoffs, but they had a great regular season. And especially Twisty, I think, showed some great performances in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think Twisty, out of all of these players, is something that I think has had a really a huge improvement. That being said, I think Fire Madden as well is a player to look at, considering that out of all these players, they're by far and away the kind of new blood on the scene. It already feels like they've been here forever, but they've really just been here for a single season. And I remember going into qualifications that he was one of the most talked about players. So definitely a breakout season from this midfielder here. So props to them.
Yeah, and next up is the All-Pro first team. And I think you might have an idea of what it is already. The All-Pro first team is a sweep by the PP Legends. It is Bloom, Average Alex, and Fiery.
Yeah, just makes sense. I think PPL just super duper expected to take it all, even against some incredibly staunch competition. I think that Fiery, as kind of a Wefty draft league and former weekly teammate of mine, I'm a bit biased towards, but this guy is absolutely amazing, has so much 1v9 potential, and if you are not KOing this man constantly, you are gonna have an incredibly bad time. So hats off to Fire. I think absolutely well in position, absolutely well in from the entirety of PPL. Mloom, right, former midfielder that has swapped to the goalie position and still had an absolutely phenomenal breakout performance this season. So hats off to all three of these players. They have been around forever and they will stay around probably for quite some time and for good reason as well.
Next is the most valuable sub. It is Color Craze, who has been really helpful for the Eternal Sovereigns after they face some unfortunate circumstances. So shout out to Color Craze for that, and pretty good stats as well. Second in assists in the entire league if the stats were count. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, color craze, as people would say. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal player. Again, so much about the North American Strikers Academy is about looking kind of at the up and coming talent, even from players that are in that were in Nasty and stuff like that. And I think Color Craze is such an exemplar of that. Absolutely massively improved player over the last couple of months. Was already good before then, but now I think really is a player that has come into a caliber of their own. So again, another well-in position here for Color Craze.
Well, next up is Rookie of the Season, a player that we talked about a little bit previously. It should come as no surprise that the Rookie of the Season is Twisty. with an incredible shot to goal ratio, by the way. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, again, Twisty, absolutely phenomenal player, right? Something that we initially kind of got exposed to this player, on a minor inconvenience where they had great results. But I really, again, just all of these players that we've talked about have just had such massive improvements over the season. They're all players that have really gone from struggling, in the tier 3 to bottoms of tier 2, and they really feel like they have earned their spot, especially here in the North American Strikers Academy, but also, in their games in the North American Strikers League in tier 1, right? Twisty coming into substitute for Showtime when it mattered and having phenomenal performances as well, right? Especially we even heard yesterday in grand finals, Joker shouting out Twisty and Shapeshifting, both of them for kind of being incredibly good subs, keeping the main roster of Showtime sharp, and I think that really showed, right? So I think that just as Showtime ended up being the team to win it all and have a quality season, I think that Twisty and the rest of them all themselves improved massively.
Yeah, next up is most improved, but before that, I'll like to say that I also voted Twisty for my personal rookie of the season, for my personal most valuable sub in Nassel. So there's that, But next up is most improved, and it is Doxy here, the team of the Rose Petals. A lot of question marks on them coming into the season, but Doxy has filled the role so well. A 7-2 season, the second in the regular season. Quite a performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think pretty much everyone. I mean, Luke came into this pretty established, but both Doxy and Twisty have really come into really hit their stride as players. And I think again, Doxy, definitely up there, right, for being most improved. Played phenomenally, right. A lot of the Juno play, some Estelle play, but really, I had the opportunity to play against her recently, and it really did feel like night and day versus playing against her like a year ago. And obviously. Might be a bit washed up myself, and TOs don't have hands, but regardless, absolutely phenomenal. I think everyone on the Rose Petals deserves their own recognition here for what they've done this season. They should absolutely hold their heads high, I think, going into the off season.
Yeah, and finally, the final award is for the most valuable player. Type in chat who you think it is right now, because this is the award that really was tough. There were, I think, 4 candidates almost tied at the very end, and it was decided by a margin of 1 single vote. And I think you will be a little bit surprised, because the answer for this one is Luke.
Interesting. I mean, that it does make sense, right? Luke, absolute beast of a player, probably, despite Twisty and Doxy really taking the spotlight for most improved, for people that have had their come up this season. Luke's been there the entire season. It definitely feels like has been the backbone of this team, has been the kind of the pillar of which the rest of his team has rallied around, and I think he could arguably have been a catalyst for Doxy's and Twisty's success. So again, really good, really well-earned spot, I think, in my opinion, right? I don't necessarily know what the full team dynamics are, but when you have a really good player coming into the season and the other 2 players on that team end up really good at the end of it, I'd imagine that there was something going on with that there. So not only did he kind of pull his own weight, he pulled some other weight as well, and eventually taught his teammates to pull their own weight as well. So just, hats off to that. Absolutely. Again, Rose Petals probably just the most improved team overall this season, so hats off to them.
Yep, and the votes and process have been revealed, and if you look, it was a margin of a single vote between Luke and Bloom, I believe. So incredibly close MVP race this season, but what matters more than that is the race for first place in the North American Strikers Academy, and we're going to get right to it. Here's the map pick ban here, Brickbat. What are your thoughts on this incredibly standard and unsurprising 3 maps we have on the table here?
Yeah, Omega Strikers, woo! I love Night Market, love me Atlas Lab, love me Clarion Test Chamber, right? These are Omega Strikers maps that often get played on here in the North American Strikers Academy and in the North American Strikers League. I guess just some input briefly, right? Julia and Night Market, I think something that both Mirror Meg and Fiery could absolutely pull out, right? It's not going to be as KO heavy, I guess, as we're used to, because everyone and their mom goes Magnetized Souls instead of Pummelers. But regardless, I think that both of these players can absolutely do that. I think Rune on this map also could be an incredibly strong pick, though. That being said, Rune could be strong on a lot of claustrophobic maps, but we'll see what happens as well. I think we're going to have an absolute melee goalie off regardless of the map, so I don't think Nightmark's particularly influencing that, but there are a lot of picks that Shapeshifting and Bloom have, especially that Mako, right? That both of them like to put on the ears and Kitten bit. So that potentially might be a contested pick alongside the Juliet. We'll see if they end up trading it off or if the Rasmus gets selected for one reason or another, but we'll see. We won't know until we get into the actual Striker Select itself.
Yeah, well, Striker Select has already been done, thanks to the little bit of delay. Don't be late, by the way. My bad. And we'll see the Striker Select here right now. I really, really like PLX's decision to place priority on the Rune ban, especially with the extra special start. But even without, I think that taking away the Rune is so important. We saw it in Nassel Grands as well. The Bozo Bunch got very close. But in that final game, the Rune pick was overwhelming in terms of how much pressure put out. Shianzu excellent on that pick, and Average Alex not falling too far behind either.
Yeah. Definitely see in the round 2 draft, the Now and the Juliet picked up. I think those are kind of unsurprising pickups. I mentioned earlier that Juliet I felt like Juliet would be kind of a contested pick here on this map, but definitely makes sense. I think that Atlas is even though it didn't have wasn't this massive, Atlas did not win every single game that he had in Nassel playoffs, but I think that he had a pretty good influence on it, and it makes sense that PLX would want to pick it up here. I think that Atlas is incredibly strong. I think that's a completely uncontroversial opinion. So I think that it makes sense that those were kind of the two characters that were taken in the first rotation. I'm actually curious to see the Estelle here. PPL, I believe, actually picked the Estelle when a lot of people said Estelle was awful, right? As we were in the depths of the speed meta, people were saying you got to go Kai, you got to go, you got to go Kai essentially. But a lot of people said, or PPL kind of stood against that and picked Estelle midfield in a lot of those situations. And now that we've moved away from the speed meta a little bit, kind of halfway, seeing that Estelle goalie here, or maybe Estelle midfield here, is something that'd be interested in. It's a goalie. Interesting. Yeah.
That's interesting because it really could have gone either way, right? But I think this iteration is a lot better on Night Market because Estelle kind of struggles in the midfield on this map with how closed off it is. Meanwhile, the Now thrives here. And Fiery and Average Alex dynamic duo, but you can't forget about Mirimeg on that. Asher and Josh backing it up as well. Already 2 barriers down so quickly. And the passing plays only continue as a great Giga Blast from Josh makes sure no barriers fall.
Yeah, open net right now for the side of PPL. Shapeshifting already playing very aggressive. It feels like we have kind of a reversal of what we're expecting here. It felt like Bloom kind of on the back foot the entire point, despite being on the mid-range goalie, forced to play reactively. And despite that, Shapeshifting basically was playing that entire point, kind of like Era goalie with his positioning, basically just totally able to play in the midfield line the entire point. And I think that aggression really made the difference here on our first point.
Yeah, and it's important to find opportunities to push up, especially when Josh has possession, and that possession difference is important. But right now, Mirimeg is finding these strike wars, pushing the core forwards, and overall, PLX just keeping the core up and in their hands way more often in these early points.
Yeah. One thing as well I think is interesting is the extra special pick on the Atlas. That makes sense, right? Size isn't particularly great on Atlas, but what are the KO threats that are coming out? I know that Juliet obviously with their dash punch, but unless you feel like your team's just going to get dash punch every 3 seconds, which, okay, fair enough, that almost just happened right there. It really feels like I would have preferred the extra size, but I suppose I'm not a goalie here.
Yeah, I think you're just hedging against potential damage because if the team of PPL finds their opportunity to stack damage on, or like you said, get those dash punches, then having those extra revives is always just a good to have. It's easier to get extra size or just play better on the defense than it is to magically have more revives here. But unfortunately, with both barriers going down, I think PPL are warming up a little bit.
Yeah, right now PPL gonna find themselves advantaged here in barrier count. That being said, Mirimeg very quick to even it up with a nice little dash here with the Asher. Now Fiery with Flip. Gets closer to the net. Flip does go off. Punch comes through, and the elusive not out in time. That's going to be an even game here on game number 1 of the set.
Evened up, and the energy situation is relatively stable. Both teams pretty much even here, but my eyes are on Fiery. That Juliet pick can make the difference with one well-timed dash punch, but Mirimek just looking very consistent on the other side, setting up these barrier takes, putting on damage, and Fiery though with a single punch takes out the midfielder of PLX. Josh going down, and that means that Mirimek has to play the midfield, but Mirimek's doing so well so far.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful use of the core flip there to buy an additional time, and whoa, a Giga Blast Fiery, basically a repeat of what Josh did, just playing a little bit too close to the wall and immediately punished with a single ability. That being said, defense coming out from PPL right now. Flip used by Average Alex is Fiery now back on the court. Right now, the entirety of PPL really looking to just dig this out, but this move speed coming out from Josh actually really not letting them do so. Finally, the blazing pace is going to go away, buying a little bit of breathing room for PPL. We'll see if they'll be able to use it, though.
Yeah, and Josh has been playing pretty defensively in these past few moments, and it's really helping. The multi-hits don't really have an answer, but so far, Bloom's midfield presence also doesn't feel like there's an answer from PLX as well, because when Bloom throws out this Crystal Thornstone strike shot, the core just sends its way to the other side so quickly and sets up Fiery and Average Alex so well for these strike wars.
Yeah, it really feels like like you mentioned, it really feels like it's rough to get kind of a clean offense going for the side of PLX. Like, they're able to contest current control, they're able to do something, and finally the dash from Mirimek goes through, who does have a flip here if the core could get to him one more time. Now Josh, Blazing Pace not going to be here, which means that we might have a little bit of a lull before the flip. Unfortunately, no, that flip whiff means that this offensive play is likely going to evaporate unless Mirimek is able to find something clever soon.
But Mirimek, nothing clever, just running with the speed gate, has enough speed to catch up with the core, and it's a pretty much impossible situation for Bloom, who had no cooldowns left. 2-1 now. PLX, they're trying to make sure that only two teams have ever won the North American Strikers Academy. It is PLX and Chikara chatting. They're trying to keep it that way.
Oh, absolutely. A legacy here to defend, but a legacy that looks hard to keep right now. Two flips from the offensive duo. Good revives from shapeshifting here. Good use of that extra special as well. And that cooldown now. That being said, Average Alex still with the opportunity. The dash comes through from Mirimek. So clean. Such an efficient use of the hit stun. Nothing that Maloom could do is just an Estelle with Nasher in her face. That being said, Fiery going to take a little bit of damage here from Mirimek, who's rotated over onto the defense, going back and forth here. The Giga Blast barely able to keep Fiery alive here. And now Mirimek looking for a dash punch, not going to find anything to revive yet again is here. It's so hard, like you mentioned, to get that revive and healing stacked up. Now Fiery able to find a dash punch here. Average Alex needs to get the core, elects to use the flip to do so, but now there is no offensive pressure for the side of PPL to find this last goalie barrier. But as I say that,
you can't be cursing them like that.
Yeah.
He spent way too long getting into it that there was so much time for the curse to charge up, you know? Like, it was a channeled ability at that point. But
True.
The passing plays are coming in to now mine and making sure that it gets away. But Mirimek once again finds a great opportunity. The core flip comes in, the set comes in for PLX. And what a dominant performance from the Asher.
Yeah, agreed. I think Mirimek, again, it really felt like as soon as the core kind of touched Maloom, you got within 5 feet of him, Mirimek was just on him immediately with a dash to get that hit stun strike reset. And there's just nothing an Estelle could really do other than maybe some crazy plays with a strike shot, but I'd imagine that is more or less a confirmed play, and it really felt like that made the difference here offensively to have that confirmed.
Yeah, and the issue that the Estelle goalie runs into is that it's excellent at keeping the core up on the other side, but as soon as the enemy brawler gets up close and personal, then you're in a real panic situation where you don't have the immediate defensive tools that something like the Atlas has. It's definitely a trade-off here, and it's really important for PPL to try and find some speed here. They picked up 2 speed awakenings, one more reliable than the other. Peak performance going to be a real treat, but Glass Cannon going to be a little less dependable here. But as long as they can use that speed to keep the core up, keep possession in their hands, this Estelle goalie will be very, very powerful.
Yeah, One thing to note as well, right, the Big Fish combo with the peak performance is going to be a pretty nice combination as well for that move speed. Already, it does look like Average Alex has the highest base move speed, if I'm correct. I think another thing as well, you were mentioning that Estelle's really good at keeping the core forward, and I think this rapid fire is actually going to be incredible for that exact game plan. Again, Mirrormeg needs to get close for that dash, no matter the core has to actually get to that state. But it really feels like with this extra rapid fire, there's just like one extra kind of interaction where Mloom could, you know, just basically just say no to. And I think that means that the offense from PLX has to be that much cleaner, that much sharper to really find any sort of purchase here on the offense.
Average Alex rushing forward, finds the secondary, and Shapeshifting has to double back for that save, but the passing plays are still coming in. A Strike War win from Fiery against Josh. And PLX, that little bit of speed might be exactly what they needed here.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Especially kind of when you have an Atlas with extra special, there really isn't that strong of a KO win condition. So the speed and getting that core control is what you're going to need to pull the win through. And it looks like Fiery and Average Alex are absolutely playing to that condition perfectly. That being said, Fiery kind of on the receiving end of a lot of damage right now.
But still remaining relatively healthy, and Mloom point blank Crystal Thorns against the core flip. Bit of a unreliable defense there, but there it hit the perfect timing, and that's what PPL needs. Average Alex continuing to defend. Fiery finding the dash punch, and now with the striker advantage, the barrier falls as well, and the possession's being kept up so well by Mloom from the other side of the map.
Yeah, no, an open net immediately capitalized here on PPL after a dominant set one performance from PLX. PPL really firing back, using this move speed, a little bit of extra bulk on Average Alex to their advantage, and yeah, essentially just playing to that win condition, making sure that Mloom doesn't really have to get pressured that much. Really, the only save that Mloom had to do there was that really nice crystallized thorn here. And looking into this draft, things I'm looking at right now, this prime time for the rapid fire Estelle. Not to mention the spark of agility as well going into Fiery's hands.
Yeah,
sure
prime time. Prime
Yeah.
time taken away. Among Titans, a big pickup. I expected it to be on the Kai perhaps, but it'll be Shapeshifting who thinks that, okay, I'll take more speed here. And Missile Prop after the prime time deny. I do like that. It only affects the strike shot and, well, actually it does affect two abilities, but more obviously the Crystal Thorns, and Mloom's going to have some real global presence here, and Shapeshifting's got to watch out, especially with the reduced size.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I'm actually really shocked that Shapeshifting picked the Among Titans over the Missile Prop for himself. As far as I know, right, that missile propulsion on the Atlas is considered potentially one of his best awakenings, so really selfless play, I think, from Shapeshifting, and allowing Josh to get that prime time might make the difference here. That being said, Mirrormeg almost has a goal. Elects to use a flip, not able to find anything just quite yet, but right now the defense is trying to get mounted. Mirrormeg with a dash in, so scary, but not able to find the goal again. The dash comes in from Fiery. Flip here, the Flame Flurry is out. The flip, unfortunately, gonna whiff, but still we are in the thick of it. Mirrormeg using abilities to get the core forward, not able to secure the goal. Shapeshifting, potentially trying to find a little bit of core possession for his team again. The astral projection there, getting the core a little bit forward, but immediately going to be answered by Average Alex here with a back pass. Strike shot comes through to beat the Crystal Thorns as we get into overtime now. Josh now potentially dribbling upfield, but Mloom has a flip, doesn't even need it. It's right now. Josh, once again with a core. Mirrormeg trying to get that 50-50 shot. The pass splitter is here, but no purchase found here on the defense for PPL. Josh here with a flip. The barrage, gonna send it through, saves the flip, and that is a good point one here for the side of PLX.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it, and I was thinking about it as you were talking. The Missile Prop non-take by Shapeshifting is interesting. The additional speed does let him push up more comfortably into the midfield, but it's also a potential defensive liability. And I'm thinking about how the draft would have panned out, and I think Among Titans just being taken there was denying the slot. I think Josh wasn't comfortable taking it, so I think that was the biggest reason. But I think if Josh was comfortable taking it, I think Missile Prop could have been a very solid option. But as I'm saying that, Average Alex going down means a huge power play, both barriers falling, Fiery incredibly low, but if Fiery can stay alive with this healing, and they can put some pressure on Josh, which they do, no revive coming out, that's a big opportunity for PPL.
Yeah, right now, power play. That being said, Mirameg, some good strike wars means that this power play is going to be delayed a little bit, and that might be the time that PLX need. Josh already on the pitch before too much is taken. That being said, one more offense, one more opportunity going to be capitalized on by PPL, and now Josh able to block that now primary with his body to prevent that goal from going in here. Now in overtime, shape-shifting a pass to the center to Josh. Mirameg now with an opportunity, wins the strike war. Has that big size advantage because of the Among Titans, and with that, that is a second point going over the side of PLX.
All right, well, it's time to look at another point once more. And the main difference here is, I think, the fact that Shapeshifting is playing so comfortably with that additional speed. That guy is walking up, moving around, and despite the lack of strike warring ability, that guy's not getting into strike war situations in the first place.
Yeah, it really feels like there's just a huge advantage right now, and it's really giving a lot of advantages. That being said, right now, Mirameg with a flip in front of the net actually doesn't even need the core flip. 3 flips on the side of PPL, and we've got 3 cats here, all of them named Garfield.
Well, Mirameg with the first pick. And we'll see what happens here. Spark of Resilience has arrived. The spark scaling continuing despite the deny earlier. And I think if speed does fall for Josh, that is just such an incredibly scary place to be in for PPL because, yeah, good speed deny coming out from Loom. This game is accelerating way out of control, and I think they need to find something crazy here. Are they going to go for the Adrenaline Rush, Julie? Yes, they are. Okay. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, that win condition is going to be hit by another type of Iron Wall, and that's going to be the revive here from the extra special Atlas. Not to mention the hot shot as well. Just generally more cooldowns flying around. So Fiery's kind of got the weight of the world on him right now, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to pull that off here. I think some cracks in the game plan of PPL are starting to show.
Yeah, PPL needs to shore up their midfielding because their up-close defense will never be really strong enough against that Asher. Mirameg looking like an absolute behemoth right now. Just massive size compared to Mloom on the Estelle. Fiery trying to push forward. Gets one barrier to bottom side, followed up by Mloom and Average Alex, but they can't get enough here. Shapeshifting a little bit too solid on these barrier take attempts. The Atlas pick really paying dividends here.
Yeah, and you know, when you think about it, you don't even need missile propulsion if you're just sitting on the midfield line constantly anyways. The range actually, you know, the diminishing returns, so to speak. So that is kind of a way to overcome giving up the missile propulsion on the Atlas, instead just deciding to play much farther forward. I mean, look at Shapeshifting. He's just kind of sitting a little bit farther forward, a little bit out of his net, just finding for an opportunity to walk up, finding for an opportunity to get that extra redirect with the strike shot to give the core, the core advantage to his team, and it's really paying off here on the offensive.
Yeah, the Rose Warp was insane from Bloom, by the way. That thing went over half the stage. The projectile was a little ridiculous. Fiery still trying to find a strike war opportunity and then a dash punch, but Josh is just not giving those chances. Even the Flame Flurry defended away. The flip might have to be used for the barrier, and even that is defended by Shape and Josh. Josh getting a little low, but healing right back up. And I think that PLX's defense is carrying this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Shape shifting, looking like stable shifting right now. No shaking, absolutely ice cold here on the defense. That being said, there's only so little you could do without any evade against a dash punch like that. We find ourselves here in an open net situation for the side of PLX. But right now, PPL on the offensive here. Fiery looking for that hit stun that he needs. The Giga Blast comes out, going to be expertly defended away here by Josh now. Flame Flurry to regain core possession, not able to get the point in, but a good play here from Average Alex, able to get Fiery one more opportunity, and that's the opportunity that Fiery will capitalize on.
Well played, but Mirameg working on a flip here. Still not out of danger are the PP Legends. They have to really execute on the offense, and so far it's been unreliable at best. They're going to need to find some consistency in the midfield before this game gets out of control. And Mirameg with 2 barriers in an instant still has flip available. This Asher is doing too much work right now.
Yeah, absolute bulldozer here right now. That being said, the actual Desai is fighting Shapeshifting, and wow! Fiery! With a sane flick, shades of Nassel Grands yesterday as well. That was an amazing shot That was, I could not have even predicted that. That was crazy.
Absolutely brilliant. Fiery still continuing forward, and there you would have wished for a little bit of missile propulsion, but maybe not, as Mirrormeg revenge KO. The barrier falls, but so does Fiery, and now Mirrormeg looking to make it too. Bloom interrupting the dribbles, but the path splitter is just way too solid right now. Mirrormeg on the bottom side, the strike shot barely connects. Fiery back on the respawn, and shapeshifting with a flip coming up. PPL in a lot of danger.
Yeah, this Asher is just so huge, almost able to knock out Average with just a dash punch. That being said, PPL finally able to find that goalie barrier to open up the net here. Average Alex with a flip, going to be immediately blocked away though by the Giga Blast. Josh here assisting so much on the defense, and Mirrormeg, a one-man army here on the offense, might be able to send it in at any moment, but Fiery with potentially one more opportunity here. Bloom rotating up with a flip, but he's going to be immediately punished here by the Mirrormeg dash punch combo. Now Josh with the opportunity to score it all, and that's all she wrote for the point. Excellent offensive play, catching Bloom off guard. That's a core flip gone. That's the goalie gone, and now it looks like momentum is swinging back in favor here of PLX on the set.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Bloom pushed up, but was way too close to the wall there. Mirrormeg fishing for another, but Average Alex a little bit more aware. And now two barriers gone. Fiery in an instant. Finds two, the flip used, but who cares? At this point, they seem to find the goal on the open net. But they got to be careful of Mirrormeg.
Yeah, this Mirrormeg, a walking tank right now, and there it goes. Boom, goes the dynamite. 1 KO found. Mirrormeg now looking to take advantage of this power play. Too big, blocks the Juliet. The flip goes through, an immediate shot right into the center of the net, and just like that, Mirrormeg snaps his fingers, and we are on an even set here.
Yeah, the lack of defensive survivability from PPL really coming through. They need to get these evades down. They found both barriers so quickly, but if you can't stay alive, it is just a Mirrormeg show.
Yeah, absolutely here. And right now, it might just be a continuance of that. Some momentum here being gained on the side of PLX. So huge, so hard to strike war here on the midfield line, especially with a Magnetized Souls move speed now. Shapeshifting, able to get a clear out with the core flip primary. Giga Blast comes through, but it's going to be cleared away by Bloom. Strike shot comes out, not able to find anything. The core flip going to be needed here, but any offense is going to be blocked away here by this Atlas. Now, strike for one by Mirrormeg, which means that Josh has a little bit of space to play in, but it's going to be two members of PPL actually showing up in the midfield, and another fishing attempt here by Mirrormeg. Not going to find anything, as right now, PPL and PLX just going back and forth at it.
Yeah, it's really awkward in the midfield here. Mirrormeg is doing so well to keep the core stuffed up. The pass splitter doesn't connect this time. If you're a PPL fan, you're probably sighing in relief, but Mirrormeg has so many more opportunities, building up a flip as well. Average Alex needs to cash out soon, as Shapeshifting still maintaining that barrier. So difficult. The Crystal Thorn's not enough. Still defended away, but the flip burned. Josh still deflecting a flip, even while on Death's Door, and regenerating all the way back up as well. Fiery can't even think about a KO right now, but the flip stuffed away, and the offense stalls for PLX as well. But Josh flipping it out of the corner. Fiery taking so much damage, and it's such a dangerous situation for Fiery.
Yeah, Fiery going to be staggered here, has to play for his life, which means that it's up to Average Alex and Bloom to pick up the pressure for him. Now, the Crystal Thorn's going to do that, giving that a little bit of extra redirect and speed at the core. Buys time here for Fiery to regenerate. That being said, still only going to be at half HP right now. One more rotation might do it. Good find from Josh, going to be immediately defended away. Wait a second, Average Alex! No, is going to be down for the count on such a critical set. PPL need to hold here 2v3 for him to come back. It's actually going to be bad. Bloom here on the defense absolutely comes through the internet. Cannot stay between PPL. The flip finally here as well. Going to be found. Fiery just desperately trying to find any situation, any block, and it's going to hold PPL here with a two-man iron wall in the situation. PLX cannot find an answer as PPL look locked in now. Fiery just dribbling back and forth, trying to find any sort of purchase. Mirrormeg finally gonna find a crack in this 2v3 defense. Average Alex is back though. Is he gonna be able to make it in time? He's here. He is here, and back PLX have absolutely held, or PPL have held against the onslaught of PLX. And if they could turn this into a point, this will be a huge set win for them. That being said, flip comes out from Josh. Average Alex able to intercept the core here. Now Bloom desperately trying to hold here against what will be another scoring attempt here by Mirrormeg. Giga Blast comes out, not able to find anything here. Average Alex on the defense, the Jash not able to hit the core, but the core is going so fast right now. Piercing shot gonna buy a little bit of breathing room here for PPL. Fiery just needs to get his hands on the core one time, and he will be able to work with it. That being said, the midfielder once again is down, not because of the internet this time though, and Bloom is looking grim. No dodge to his name, no evade, barely any health to deal with the power here from Mirameg. Josh now pushing the core on field again. One more strike ward's all it's going to do, but it's PPL with the hold right now. They are still going at it. They do not want to lose this point now. Fiery in the midfield line trying to find the core, and Bloom with an opportunity, but the Giga Blast is eventually going to clear it away. And despite probably the most valiant effort I've ever seen, the game is going to go the way of PLX.
One of the greatest holds of all time, and not by a midfield and goalie, but by a brawler and goalie duo. But it wasn't enough in the end. Shapeshifting kept that barrier locked down. No hope in the end for PPL, and unfortunately that will be them falling in the first game. PLX taking an early lead, and that was PPL's map pick, right?
I think so. That being said, I mean, we said it coming in to the series, incredibly diverse, varied, and exciting map picks. So I think, even though it was PPL's map pick, I think that all three of these maps are going to be very comfortable for all of these players. So I don't know how much of a map advantage, or I don't know how much a map advantage means. But yeah, you are correct. Like, that was PPL's map, I'm pretty sure. And that being said, PLX now on their series point, on their map pick, they've got to feel really confident coming into this one, especially off of just an amazing performance from honestly all three members here of PLX. It really felt like all of them were just mechanically just on it. They were able to get all the clears. They were able to do everything that they needed to do, play to their win conditions just cleanly. It felt like PPL's game plan was falling apart there in the final few sets, and PLX, it really felt like they had the better plan coming into this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, here in the Northeast, the weather is a little bit concerning at the moment. So It was most likely a weather-related network outage, unfortunately, for PPL. But they still have 2 more games potentially to play in winner's side if they can win the next one at Lab. PLX picked it, but like you said, very, very common map. I would not be surprised to see PPL taking an advantage here. But I do think Mirameg's Asher was just such a massive problem. And I think that's part of the reason why we don't see range goalies as much right now. With the notable exception of Obscure Breads, it was just all melee goalies pretty much in Nassel. And whenever someone didn't pick a melee goalie, they lost. And a lot of the reason, I think, is similar to that, where you need to hold long enough for your midfielders to be able to get enough chances to give your brawlers enough chances. And that's exactly what happened with Shapeshifting. That guy held long enough to give Josh enough chances to win the midfield, to give Mirameg the chances to win against the Estelle goalie. And winning against the Estelle goalie up close, a little bit of a simple task, unfortunately.
Yeah. Despite that, though, I mean, I just want to mention there's a stellar performance from Loom generally. We were talking about just how much more the Atlas was able to hold, but that's a 6 save difference that we're looking at, 93 versus 87, which I think is fairly significant. That being said, I think Shapeshifting playing just very aggressively, right, with that move speed that was given to him from Among Titans, with the confidence given to him with that extra special and the cooldowns and all of that, I think that kind of skewed it a little bit. So he was playing kind of out of his net arc where those saves would be recorded more often than not. So the data's not perfect on that, but I think that for an Estelle, for the situation that she was given in, I think Loom played phenomenally. I don't think PPL want to go anywhere yet. And I think that they're all looking very good. There were moments where PPL had a dominant performance. It definitely felt like, I believe set number 2 was just a completely 3-0 sweep for PPL. It really felt like if they had their win cons, if they were able to play to it, they would be able to win. They're the favorite team coming into this after all, right? They on paper are individually the better players. So it really feels like PLX have to kind of be a little bit clever, be a little bit conniving in their game plan to kind of subvert the abilities of PPL, and if they're not, they're going to get steamrolled. But that's not what we saw this game, so I'm super excited to see what PLX have brought for us here for game number 2.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, PPL has not dropped the series in NASA yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been undefeated, aren't they? Yeah.
That's a bit of a ridiculous stat. I don't think we've seen that kind of dominance in NASA ever. We've
No.
seen it in NASA with Demons, but in NASA, I don't think any team's ever gone undefeated. I think the closest to that was POX actually in season 3.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, with that was Fudgy Drew, right? Was that Fudgy Drew?
Was it?
I think it was, because wasn't that the season that they
Yeah, it
crashed
was.
out?
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a really bad playoffs. Yeah. Well, hey, if there's any lesson to learn, guys, do not do too well in the regular season. The curse of first seed. That being said, I believe that the curse of first seed was broken yesterday. Like, it's finally, a first seed won
It
NASA,
was
right?
technically
Finally.
broken last season.
Well,
of
yeah, Jakar
NASA.
chatting, right?
Yeah, but to be fair, there was like a 4-way tie at first place that season, and also a 5-4 team missed out on playoffs that season. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy. What the hell?
Rest in peace, Blink Blanc.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, they're coming back for Lando. I'm actually super excited for that one. But regardless, I don't know. Weird lessons. But yeah. Regardless, an amazing first game here. They are going to draft here for game number 2, I believe. Hotshot stacks on stack start, and I know that we just left the speed meta, but it might feel like Josh is going to be dragging us back into it single-handedly. I'm not quite sure, but that stacks is looking mighty juicy.
I'm looking at that hotshot and I'm thinking Rune and Juno. POX might have won the first game, but I think PPL with the average Alex Rune just have a lot of agency in a hotshot draft. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. What is actually, fill me in on this. What do you think Kai's matchup is into the Juno, into the Rune, if he does get stacks and they get hotshot?
I think his matchup's pretty good, but I think it's also like a skill matchup. Like you have to be very, very precise on every strike. So it is a little bit difficult at times. But I think that the barrage is just an incredibly good tool against both of the primaries of those characters. So, well, they're not gonna opt into playing against the Rune. Good idea. The Rune character with a good pilot is very, very scary to deal with after all. And they first picked the Juno. There we go. Okay. I really like that. I think PPL have a very good shot of just using this core speed to cheat the midfield completely, and that will just be really, really good for them.
Agreed. I think on a hotshot star, if Juno's up and Rune is banned, you just kind of pick the Juno, right? It's just kind of what you want to do. Matchups kind of go out the window, like you mentioned. You cheat the midfield, so midfield matchups mean just a lot less. Even with what we were talking about, Kai is able to kind of fight back. Kai is able to actually make the matchup happen. And there we go. We do see the Kai locked in, even more so actually with that Mako assistance, which again, I was kind of expecting to see Mako come out in game 1, but she did not have presence as a pick or ban whatsoever in Night Market. So I guess we're going back to. It's good to see that at least my prediction came true for one of the games, at least. So Mako picked up here in the first rotation. It's going to be an Aimi for, I believe, Loom. It really could go either way, but my guess is going to be Loom.
It's probably Loom.
Yeah.
Loom has been performing quite a bit historically on that Eject Aimi. Eject Aimi has fallen a bit out of favor in the recent patch, though, and has some of the same weaknesses as the Estelle from last game, right? When the Brawler gets up close and personal, you will be struggling a little bit. So again, it's a test of whether PPL can keep their offense up. It's going to be a lot easier with the core speed, the Hotshot Juno, but it's still up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It also, I think, something I mentioned as well, Mako, right? That Mako, I think, is going to be a little bit scary for the side of PPL, specifically because I think what you have to interrupt that is going to be X Bellringer and Juno Primary. So, and I feel like that Juno Primary is going to be used a lot in the midfield to deal with a Kai. So you've only really got one dedicated cooldown unless you kind of do what we saw with assertive and getting a lot of that missile propulsion stuff, a lot of the projectile speed to interrupt the Mako. So I think that's going to be interesting to look at. What tools do PPL want to use here? And oh my gosh, that is a Juno goalie coming out from Loom.
Okay, I do like this as well because the hot shot makes it very, very easy to get out of tough situations as long as you connect with the core. And Average Alex has shown that the Daimi is also a power pick to be reckoned with here. It's a momentum boost, Juno. Very, very interesting. There's actually a lot to be said about the speed that it gives to the slimes that can often surprise people. It's not going to be as effective because it's a stack start, and a lot of people will have speed to deal with that additional jump scare speed from the slimes. But it's definitely notable.
Yeah, agreed. Looking as well, it seems like, yeah, every forward in the game has picked up stacks. Kind of no big surprise on that. You just want to do it or else you're going to fall behind, I think, in the core control game. So does make a lot of sense. This hot shot coming out from Mako also going to be pretty useful as well, right? Cooldowns can create a lot of situations where Shapeshifting can bail himself out, but he's not going to be able to do that there as Fiery gets that first point here of the game.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone, Hachi just said in the chat, but the winner of this series, basically just top 2 in NASA, gets a bye all the way to winner side of landing. The format has changed quite a bit. There are many more teams in landing, but winner side in landing is very, very important because you need to make it to the end of that bracket to make it into Nassel.
Yeah, and landing is brutal, so you want to take as many opportunities as you can now. And speaking of brutality, I feel like we're about to see some of that on display here. The flip comes out from Fiery from the damage pressure here of the side of PLX, who have all rotated back to kind of to kind of jump at him. That being said, crazy Sad Boys ankle clear coming out. Unfortunately, it's all for naught. Mirmeg with a good strike for a win. Now potentially with a goal, Josh able to block away the core flip. Mirmeg trying to play his life here, denied the orb here. But Average Alex with a nice little hero play here on the flip, able to send it right past Shapeshifting, and now this is a 2-0 lead here for the PP Legends.
2-0 lead, and going back to what I talked about cheating the midfield, Bloom is doing that a lot very well. The most powerful Juno goalie angles are along the top and bottom edges, so if the opposing team doesn't mind them, like right here, Bloom can just get so much value because you can get so many angles off of the wall as well. Like you can bounce it down, you can go for the other side barrier, and Bloom is getting a lot of help with that from Average Alex on the defense, but again, not the greatest defensive goalie, so they're going to have to watch out a little bit more.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, this is quite literally the same exact game plan Cyberswipe had, I believe, in Nasty, if I remember right, with Assertive picking it to deal with, or no, in NASA, sorry, NASA last week, with Assertive picking it to deal with Mangoes Are Yummy, who was also on the Mako on this map, right?
Not like, Cyberswipe.
It wasn't on Cyberswipe, but she was substituting for, oh my gosh, I'm
NBS.
blanking on it. Yeah, NBS, sorry.
They're up next.
It's the same game plan. It's like literally the exact game plan, same game plan that we saw, and fortunately we just saw Mirmeg fly off the map with Flip, so interesting to see how this game will play out, but it really does look like this is a situation where there are, calculated responses. Feels like PPL have a strong game plan coming into this one.
Yeah, but unlike Assertive, Loom doesn't have that strike shot, so needs to be a little bit more careful, but the core speed picking up here. And a KO as well. Average Alex, what a combo. Cyberswipe into center detonation and a perfect flip as well. 3-0 now to finish off the first set. And just domination in the midfield. Josh is just not getting the core that often.
Yeah, it really feels like PPL are able to come out, and like I mentioned earlier, if PLX don't have like a game plan to mitigate some of the stronger aspects of PPL, this is a PPL that swept the regular season and are the dominant favorites, right? Slip up for 1 second and you might find yourself on the receiving end of a bowler named Fiery. But going to this draft here, I think that perfect form pickup obviously going to be incredibly strong on the IME, especially when she drops down her turret. And another one as well, I think this Glass Cannon is going to be interesting to look at here from this already momentum speed Juno. We'll see how Bloom is going to be able to pilot this.
Glass Cannon is insane on Juno, especially on Juno goalie. It is so good. Combined with the momentum boots, your slimes get so much speed, and the additional power makes the red core way more reliable than just with Hotshot. It's like the equivalent of having Powerhouse Pauldron's power. So it is so good. I feel like that should have been denied. Like that's how good it is.
Interesting. And Yeah, already we're seeing that. I don't know if the Juno is really the thing that did it, but we are seeing a huge momentum shift here for PPL already, and basically an immediate goal. I believe a 15-second goal coming out from him, and it feels like between that damage that Imy's able to provide now for this X, we might have a potential draft snowball coming out for the side of PPL.
Yeah, and a lot of it goes back to character draft as well. The Julie pick is really, really good this patch, right? But I don't like it in this particular game because the Julie struggles quite a bit against Juno Slimes. You need to burn the Flame Flurry to reliably deal with them. Otherwise, you don't have any multi-hits. Something like the Asher would have been a lot more reliable in that slot here. And we saw the Asher do so well last game. I'm kind of confused as to why they didn't pick it again this game.
Yeah, potentially maybe wanting to deny it from Fiery, but it was a last pick, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not quite sure, though. PLX may soon prove to us why the pick comes into play here. Flip comes out here from Miramac. Going to be actually blocked away from Loom. Excellent defense. That being said, the midfielder is going to be down for the side of PPL. Shape-shifting now. Drum and bass comes through. Not able to find too much value for it. Josh here trying to find the opportunity for Miramac, and that he does. Miramac able to take that 50-50 shot. Loom not able to guess correctly.
Yeah, and those are the kind of goals that they need, especially they need to make use of Josh in particular because he's the one on the team that has the easiest time dealing with the Juno Slime, just getting those follow-ups here. But if Josh isn't getting those extremely precise strikes, then that's a huge problem in terms of the core speed.
Right, and it's going to be incredibly hard to get those extremely precise snipes because PPL are just a good team, right? They're going to be aware of that win condition, and they're going to make sure that you do not get that same opportunity. Ooh, an excellent, good shot from Josh here in order to get that final goalie barrier. Now Miramac potentially has the opportunity. Another amazing barrage. Josh, I think, absolute MVP of that point. Able to find so many opportunities so quickly. PLX do not want to lose.
Yeah, they still have the capabilities to close in. The real question is, similar to last game, but a little bit harder for them, is whether they can find the consistent offense, close in, and get in melee range of this Juno and Imy duo. And the question so far has been answered in that last point and the one previously, but again, like it's just a reoccurring issue that they have to deal with. Once again, the core speed comes out from the Slimes, and one barrier's on each side right now.
Yeah, and one thing as well, these KOs are going to mean significantly more, especially with the stacks, right? So if you take out Average Alex or Fiery, you're going to be down a stacks advantage, which I think has been giving PLX the opportunity to play their game here. It really does feel like that extra movement speed's coming through. But that being said, the Juno is going to claim one goalie barrier. Now, will it be able to claim the goal? This core speed is just so incredibly scary to deal with now. Average Alex now going to try to keep the core forward. Going to lose that interaction with Josh, but Miramac on the flip side of the field might pay for that time with his life. Glitch Pop comes out as we get in overtime. The ensnare drums come through. Going to be sent through by Fiery, but no goal. Going to be fine now. Miramac potentially with an opportunity to score here. Drum and bass comes through. Doesn't get the goal, but is able to at least walk away with his life. Good strike orient here from Shapeshifting. Flip here from Average Alex. If it gets any closer, uses it on the midfield line, sends the core forward, but an unfortunate bounce is going to prevent a clean offense from happening. Drum and bass once again buying the opportunity for Miramac to just march the core forward, and he's finally able to get it through here, take the set for PLX, and PLX again able to answer the set number one play here from PPL.
Yeah, they get it done, and that was such a close point as well. There were a lot of situations where I thought that PPL would get the goal. There were a lot of good defensive rotations from them, especially utilizing the core speed, but now we're headed into some more spark scaling from Miramac, and that guy's just becoming a bundle of stats. I do like the Among Titans pickup though. Do you see the Slime chase down the core on the top side in that last point? We're going to see that, but even faster as Bloom has all the speed in the world right now, and that is so scary. The X still gets 1-2 punched. Imy gets Deadeye. I like this draft outcome for PPL. PLX had to deny a few uncomfortable awakenings.
Yeah. That being said, yeah, they're not terrible things that you hate to have. Yeah, I just saw. Like, look at these slimes! Yeah,
they're running!
Just like freaking House of the Dead zombies. They're just
Watch
like running
out.
at you.
And so is Bloom. Bloom can
Oh my
also run.
gosh.
That guy is illegally fast. What is this?
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no speed limits in Odd-10, and we just see the core going just as fast as well. Already 1 goal scored here for the side of PPL. They're trying to speedrun this one.
Yeah, Bloom's in creative mode. What the hell? That guy is flying. This is not allowed, you know? Like, that guy is moving way too fast. It might be worth investing a Julie Punch to shut off those glass cannon and the boots at this point. It's basically like Mako, but only for yourself at this point.
Yeah, that being said, he might be going so fast that, like, you can like dodge those punches. Like, it's actually hard for Juliet to get those cancels if the character is going too fast. And we might see that here. Now Bloom going to be on the defense, though, and Dash Punch comes through. Actually well-timed, well-positioned from Mirmeg. Finding kind of threading the needle of that one between Average Alex and Bloom. A good point here coming up from PLX.
Well played. And looking forward to the future points, though. Again, the dynamic has not changed, right? It is still whether Mirmeg can get the core comfortably in front of Bloom or not, or whether Bloom can keep the core up with all the speed, with all the core speed. It's the same game, just with slightly different players and different stats.
Yeah, agreed here. Kind of a flip coming out. Midfield line flip, just trying to find... It feels like a flip of desperation here coming out from Mirmeg. Just right now, shapeshifting, electing to use the flip. Wants to play, but it's going to be immediately shut down from Fiery. Absolutely not allowed to do that here. The point, and that's going to be here 1 point away from PPL taking set number 3.
Looking for a little bit more here, but again, like they can't let this slip away from them. They looked pretty good last game as well, but it just barely was PLX getting it done, moving it through. And right now, Bloom speed has been canceled. The barrage cancels the flip as well. PPL on the back foot, in a lot of danger here.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! An absolute misplay. That being said, on the other side of the map, oh my God! There is so much that was happening. Average Alex fridged on the other side of the map. Fiery decides to end the set himself, able to get the X Maximus to give him the energy he needs to get the flip, and that's going to be that MVP going over to X here.
Yeah, they got to watch out for that peak performance, though. That's going to be basically the third spark on over to Mirmeg. It's probably going to be denied here, and it is. That important awakening gone, but plenty more here. Rapid fire allowed to fall to the Juno, perhaps a huge pickup, but instead it'll be even more speed and denying survivability away. How fast is Bloom now?
I don't know. We don't see because tab doesn't show move speed while you're in draft, but I think we're about to see like a 600, 700 move speed base.
Holy moly!
Let me see. 625. That is the move speed.
I'm gonna wait until the glass cannon counts up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the momentum boots. Did momentum boots start stacked? I don't actually
think so.
know.
621.
Okay.
I saw like 680 something at one point, but whatever. Let's get back to the game. It's definitely close to 700.
Yeah, and right now I'm looking at a 685 coming out from Bloom. I think to cap off that movement speed, and already look at that guy. That guy, it looks like he's in a fighter jet right now. He is just going back and forth, like you mentioned, creative mode here on Atlas's lab. That being said, Mirmeg able to find the core, but yeah, like you mentioned, no clean offenses able to come out from the side of PLX. And look at this damage coming out from Fiery. The flip comes through, going to be blocked away by Josh, but Josh probably not too long for this world right now. A little bit of a mishap here with the core in the center of the map. Fiery does not care about the will of mere mortals. He sends it in, gets the first point of the set, and we are 2 points away from PPL taking game number 2.
They're keeping it going here. Average Alex is almost a flip available, and that Aimi has so much damage, targeting Josh immediately, who has no evade. If they could pump the damage right now, that'll be the Kai going down in an instant as Bloom with the core speed. A bit of a Sad Boys angle, but there'll be plenty more opportunities for that Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, PLX able to take advantage of that brief respite. One goalie barrier is going to be down, followed by 2 here on the dash punch now, an open net, but no cooldowns here for the side of PLX. They're going to have to weather this offense while they get the cooldowns. One goalie barrier down now, a fully open net here on the map. Oh no, Josh! The right idea, just the wrong communication here. The drum and bass coming through unfortunately prevents the clear down from happening. That's just so sad. A painful communication for sure.
Yeah, and that's the second time they've backpassed at the wrong time and lost something, PLX. So They're going to need to figure that out before the next game, perhaps, because PPL are 1 goal away from sending us to Game 3, and they show no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and this PLX, right, or PPL, right, this is a team that's been together for seasons, right? Even when Maddie was still on the roster, right? Bloom was a substitute that they actually had plans of playing, and right now, though, Flip comes out from Everjobs, past the Fiery, right through Mirameg. The trust comes through between the PPL forward duo, and that's going to be game number 2 going to PPL, evening up the series.
That was Bozo Bunch-esque. Remember yesterday? I mean, people have been drawing comparisons because they're not playing melee goalies as well. But PPL might just be carrying on the legacy right now. The passing plays, the offensive goalies, and the Game 3 here to perhaps move on to winner's side of Grands.
Yeah, and grab themselves that much coveted spot at landing too, right? 1 game victory means that you will not have to go through the absolute meat grinder of liftoff, and that's a lot. That is a lot, because that's potentially the difference between being able to lose a set in the most competitive tournament of qualification versus not being able to lose, a set in the qualifying tournament or the most competitive tournament of qualifications. So there's going to be a lot going in this, and I'd be nervous if I were either team. Both teams have showed some absolutely devious game plans, some absolutely devious drafts, some absolutely devious gameplay. And so it really all comes down to what we see, I think, in the next striker selection. Looking back on that previous game, though, look at that damage coming out from the forward duo. 51,000 damage between the forward duo of both Fiery and Average Alex, basically without any support from Loom, already overcoming the entire damage output of PLX, and with the redirect and goals to match as well, obviously. So absolutely phenomenal play from the side of PPL. Like I said, PLX have to come up with something crafty, have to come up with something clever, because they are the underdogs. And I think PPL showing that when it comes down to it, if they're able to kind of do a little bit of their game plan, and they're going to steamroll over anyone. So absolutely scared for PLX coming to this next game here.
Yeah, we're on Clarion, but the starting awakenings are getting a little bit scary here. It's a spark start
really?
and a stagger swagger start.
Whoa!
That is concerning.
Spark of what?
Spark of power.
Ooh, holy moly! That's an interesting choice, I think, to make. I would not be surprised if we saw a 6 spark start, and then picking something that could benefit, like core control characters that could benefit from the power, aka like the Juno again, right? Obviously, we could see something like the Juliet come out for both players here, both forwards for the side of PPL and PLX. So that's scary.
Octavia
That's scary.
jump scare.
Whoa! Who picked it? Who picked it?
PLX, so probably Josh, right?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Josh, known Octavia player, absolutely comfortable on it when it comes down to it. I think that stagger swagger start definitely allows that. And if PLX don't pick something that could deny it, that rune's taken off the table again for them. If they don't pick something that could deny that CTL, that could deny, just deny the CTL, even deny something like the aerials, right? That could be an Octavia taking over the game. That being said, there are obvious ways to scale up your damage stat, right? And that's going to be through getting some sparks. So we'll see what comes out for these teams.
Yeah, I do like the IME pickup. Alex looked great on it, and it is a flex pick. It could go to Bloom as well, and the X looking very reliable for Fiery here. My question is the goalie pick. Will it be a repeat of the Mako for a shapeshifting, or will it be something else? That is the question that must be answered here in the next 2 picks. And I'm really wondering what that 3rd pick is for PPL, though, more so.
Yeah. Could absolutely this IME could flex either way in the goalie in the midfield, so a lot of options there. I'm also thinking as well, right? What is shapeshifting going to pick here? It definitely feels like my guess is that he's going to fall back on the Mako. I think Mako Octavia, obviously a very scary combo. I think was it Bozo Bunch, I think, that used the Octavia Mako combo, if I'm correct, but Breads was playing mostly range goalies.
Yeah, the Bozo Bunch would not lock in Mako. They're not like that.
Okay. My fault. I swear I saw an Octavia Mako combination in playoffs yesterday or last week. But that is like a scary duo, like, right? The flow state once you pop it.
The boo. It's here.
Boo.
It was here
Okay,
on
never
the
mind. That
All-Pro
goes all out the
graphic,
window.
and the boo has arrived as well.
My bad. I was talking about boring things like Mako and Octavia when
Oh,
I
here's
should have
the
been talking
Kai.
about cool things
Here's
like
do you
the
think it's
boo.
midfield or goalie?
The boo or
No, the Kai, the
I don't know. I mean, Average Alex did just play Imi, so I just guessed that the Imi's going to be out there, in the midfield. That being said, yeah, it really could. I mean, both characters both play goalie and midfield, so I mean, who knows? We've already been wrong on one prediction for the midfield goalie swap, so I don't want to make another one.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to head into game in just a second. I'm excited to see the conclusion to this series. PPL haven't dropped a single series in this season of NASA. The question is, will this be the first? It all comes down to this one game on Clarion Test Chamber. A bit of a goofy one, too, with Octavia, Stagger Swagger, and Spark of Power. Wait, is it
We'll see.
called Spark of Power?
Spark of Strength. I think it's Spark of
Man,
Strength.
all good.
Whatever, we know. The language still works, right? The idea is still transferred to the audience, so I think we're fine.
Spark of Strength does sound good, though. Rare Odyssey
Yeah.
Awakening name win, unlike Siege Machine.
Wow, that was like such a pointed critique. Do you have any other awakenings that you hate the name of?
Any other? I have a lot that I like the name of. Timeless Crater is good. Castellast is good. I'm going down the list right now.
Yeah, but like what awakenings do you hate? Like the names of. Oh, actually, fun fact. I'm gonna interrupt that. The Spanish translation of Hotshot is Pez Gordo. I thought you should know that.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Anyways, if you're in chat, if you have awakenings that you hate the name of, put them in there because we gotta cast this game now. We're getting into it. Already a flow state popped, but nothing gonna be found of it. We were already kind of in.
Oh wait, no, I got it. Magnetized Souls. Magnetized Souls sucks as a name. It doesn't tell you anything about what it
Not even an
does.
awakening.
Yeah, but close enough. Like they should have just also crossover. Because crossover, you know, like crossing over the midfield line, but it was actually slick
Crossover
kicks.
doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, but crossover is slick kicks.
Crossover was.
But it's called crossover, like crossing over the
wait.
midfield. It should be back, like it should have had the back.
No, because crossover is the freaking like thing you do in soccer when you like kick
This
the ball
isn't
one way and
soccer,
you
it's
kick them out.
hockey.
Okay, but it's soccer. Let's be clear here. I mean, we are not. I get it. Canada has a huge hold over this game, but like we're not doing the pro.
It's not
Canada
basketball
lobby here.
either.
This is soccer. This is just soccer. I wasn't saying soccer. It's cross up. It's a soccer term. Someone please someone back me
No,
up here.
no. It's a basketball term.
Okay, whatever.
Wait, is it? Wait, is it a?
No.
I don't even know. Whatever. We're getting into game. Miriam Meg Asher. Miriam Meg Asher is back. The flip from Josh to pass splitter, making it hard for him. Bloom. And I do like this Kai goalie pick here. I think that'll keep up very well and be able to deny a lot of speed scaling and be able to really just have agency against Josh in particular. Whereas the Imi without cooldowns, right? If it was in the net, Josh can just dribble around it pretty comfortably. A good flip out from shapeshifting. Dangerous spot to be in, but they get it away. And Miriameg now patrolling the midfield. Josh with the secondary, with the special, trying to push forward, but Fiery winning critical strike wars and so much damage on Josh, but healing it right back up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with your assessment. I think this Kai pick is actually really smart when you think about it. Ooh, and a GD's Giga Black smash here. Now Fiery in a 1v1. Oh, what a crazy strike shot from Shapeshifting, though. Will it mean anything? No. Average Alex blows the second flip, gives up that energy advantage, but gets the goal. Good start here from the side of PPL.
Yeah, and also to go right back into the gears, it's Momentum Boots Kai, not the eject button for Bloom.
Holy
Really playing
moly.
into that passive speed like he was doing last game. And although eject button does give you like a very get out of jail free way to do offense, I think the rotations coming in from PPL, right? Average Alex and Fiery dipping back a little bit allows them to get so much value out of that passive speed.
Yeah. I looked away for a second to see the starting awakenings, and I just saw Bloom like almost start like basically just score a goal. That being said, Fiery is going to be the one scoring the first thing at this point here. Josh, that being said, flow state's up. The flip is there. Can potentially stall out this point. So he is able to get one goalie berry here on the reverse power play, though he might, it might cost him his life here. Going to be stuck a little bit here in the goo, but it's going to be Fiery actually taking that same little trip around the world. Now Miriameg going to be staggered as well. Cyberswipe comes out from Average Alex, trying to find a 1v2 scoring opportunity, but not going to find anything just quite yet. Now, base drop drops just as overtime does, but nothing, again, going to be found. A cool barrage from Maloom here. Potentially buys a little bit of time, but it's going to be up to Miramag to potentially send it in. Now Josh with the flow state, Miramag rotating back just to buy a little bit of space here for Fiery, who has to spend the majority of this point just licking his wounds. Now Glitch Pop comes out trying to get it clear, nothing to be found right now. Shapeshifting with the flip and an open net, potentially looking for an opportunity to move forward. Miramag with a pass player, not able to find any purchase as well in this final goalie barrier. Base drop, trying to catch Fiery out, but not going to find anything. An amazingly timed bull rush here from Fiery with the assistance of Bloom is going to take the second point. No flip opportunity here for Shapeshifting.
Still has a flip here, but now we head onto the inky splash zone of Clarion Test Chamber. And Bloom, what a Giga Blast! Shapeshifting wasn't ready. Needed to preemptively flip there, but Bloom punishes instantly. And with 2 barriers down on a chaotic map like this, unless the Octavia can get going, it's a scary situation to be in. But Josh is keeping up the flow state for a moment. The Glitch Pop, Average Alex maintaining possession. Miramag, though, pushing forward and making it difficult.
Yeah, this is so scary. The X Maximus has been popped. Fiery trying to win that strike war, but nothing is to be found. Miramag now staggered, desperately trying to limp away and get this orb. Might not mean the difference, but the pass splitter eventually comes out. That's some critical damage here onto the side of PPL. But that being said, Miramag has to protect this flip, has to protect his energy if he wants to get this goal. Now, Bellringer comes out, prevents that regeneration. The offense now finally starting. Flip, all flips burned from the side of PLX. Now the Boo has to defend, not able to do so. Fiery gets the last punch on the core and takes the set here for the side of PPL. Strong start for the team.
Yeah, what brilliant passes so consistently from PPL, right? Like, all 3 members, I think, are just connecting with each other, really trusting each other. We saw at the end of last game with that very, very flashy pass with the flip, but even in all the midfield interactions, they're looking so solid here. The Octavia picking up the peak performance, though, is scary. Way too much survivability to even think of denying. But with that, among Titans, the team will be becoming large, and that X is scaling quite a bit.
Yeah. One thing as well, right? Fiery, the only person in this entire game to actually take the Spark start, so 2 Sparks for him is going to be nice. The last one being Spark of Agility, but Miramag has now joined him in that contest, even overtaking it like 1-2 punch, which I'm really surprised to see Miramag do that. I feel like Miramag has been getting a lot of dash punches, right, this game, and that 1-2 punch is really good to his system, not to mention the extra core speed that comes from it. I know, we just saw Miramag die, unfortunately, but I was really confused by that pick, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think that's Miramag just looking towards the future of the draft, right? Getting a chance to contest Fiery with 2 Sparks is very, very important in the draft dynamic for that Spark of Agility. But that does require Miramag to be ahead of Fiery in the pick order. And with how it's looking right now, this is not looking like a set win for PLX. But things can change in an instant, especially if Josh and Miramag can push up with the pass splitter.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, so much damage from Miramag. The core goes to the other side of the map, but with 2 barriers down, they're in a lot of trouble. Average Alex on death's door.
Yeah, right now Fiery looking for a cheeky little bull rush KO. Not going to find anything. The Firewall Sentry living up to his name, but Miramag able to break through in his own way, able to get that much needed goal, like you mentioned, get the experience that he needs to be Fiery here in this potentially huge swing of a draft.
Absolutely. This is a bit of an awkward map to play in the midfield, though, especially against Miramag, right? The barrier beam going to be a free win in these tight corridors. A flip out from Shapeshifting gets across as Josh trying to defend here. The center popped and Fiery taking up so much space, but getting comboed by the pass splitter. Dangerous spot to be in, but escapes with the flip and his life. A bit of a misclear from Average Alex turns into 2 barriers for PLX. And there's passing back and forth, replicating the passing prowess of the opposing team as well. But it gets to Fiery, flip available. Shapeshifting's log gets it through, but the Firewall Sentry and the X Maximus calm, cool, and collected the offense from PPL. They don't get it all the way through, but a Giga Blast from Bloom once again gets the job done.
Yeah, well played, Bloom. With that offensive goal, using all the move speed, using the projectiles from Kai, just getting in there and playing exactly how you want to play, right? The sole range goalie in a World of Melee goalies here. That being said, Mirrormeg able to find kind of a reversal of what happened to him in the first point of the set, getting a clean little KO at the start against Fiery.
The pass splitter is good, catches it, and now Bloom and Average Alex in a tough spot with Josh stacking up speed. It's not interrupted yet, still continuing thanks to that primary, and Josh in the corner. Flow State still active somehow, finally goes away, but with 2 barriers to none, Mirrormeg is in such a good spot to convert.
Yeah, just such an unfortunate strike direction from Fiery. Bouncing it right back means that it's just way more claustrophobic than it needs to be here right now for the side of PPL. That being said, they are trying to march the core away from their net. Good defense, good Giga Blast prevents the goal being scored on from Josh, but this Flow State is now charged up. It's going to take a miracle, I think, to go the way of PPL, but a miracle is something that PPL are no strangers to right now. Flow State still up as we get into overtime. Gonna actually finally go away. Mirrormeg almost able to get it in with a barrier beam, but not able to make that final touch that he needs now. Clear between Josh and Shapeshifting. Jukes Fiery out just a little bit. The Giga Blast here takes 1 goalie barrier. The Cyber Swipe not able to make it 2, but Mirrormeg with a nice dash redirect, mixing up Bloom. Had the 50-50 shot, and Bloom not guess correctly. That's gonna be the second point in the set, or the third point in the set, going the way of PLX.
And a lot of meter built up as well. They firmly have the energy advantage right now, and these bounces are getting a little bit scary to Dubu, really proving its worth in a lot of these maps where the Tofu Fortress with the missile propulsion can block off an entire corridor. And Mirrormeg now pushing forward, trying to find the bottom side, and will be successful in doing so. This Asher just such a problem for the offensively oriented goalies of PPL.
Yeah, you mentioned it. We were confused as why it wasn't really in game number 2. And again, we were just seeing the effects of it. Mirrormeg piloting this pick so incredibly well. Able to just create so many opportunities himself to just take out Bloom on the defense. But right now, all eyes are going to be on Josh with a flip. Going to be defended away from Average Alex. 2 flips going to be blown here. The third flip from the Boo coming up. We see Shapeshifting on the prowl. Whoa! The Bounce House sends his regards. Mr. Bounce gonna find himself another victim, and that's gonna be PLX taking the set.
Not just anyone can pilot the Boo, but Shapeshifting is showing that the Tofu Fortress obeys his command. Fight or flight now available. So much speed for the Octavia. Flow State optional even, as Spark of Agility will be denied away from Mirrormeg. That earlier Spark pickup really showing dividends. Allows Mirrormeg to deny the Timeless. It's a chain of denies right now. As Big Fish also denied away Catalyst, though, I think Fiery's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though Catalyst no longer the monster in draft that it once was, alongside his partner in crime, Egoist, Fiery gets hit a ton. Like, that guy as a player just likes to get hit. And so he's going to get, I think, a lot of value off his Catalyst already, right? An entire bar of energy just off of Josh's base drop alone. I think that's going to give him a lot more flips to really make the difference. And already look at this energy gain from the X Maximus. He's just slapping away at 2 people in the enemy goal net as the core now on the other side. PLX now on the going to be on the offensive here is right now Fiery close to core flip already. That being said, Josh not going to follow too soon after here as the team's now looking for any opportunity.
And Josh on the top side. Average Alex with a chance, but just can't get it past Josh right now with a flip available on the Octavia, and Mirrormeg the Asher massive and with the flip as well. The Fireball Sentry trying, but the Tofu Fortress is mightier. Back in the day, Tofu Fortress was the 1-button counter to Firewall Sentry after all. But Average Alex now the log blocking the flip, and Fiery completely mixing up Shapeshifting. Bit of an ambitious roll there. I feel like the flip would have had enough coverage in the defensive situation.
Yeah, maybe. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be PPL taking that point here away from that before Shapeshifting was able to mount his defense. But that being said, already back on it. Ooh, has to blow the flip there. Potential KO there coming out. Where's that bull rush to hit them? Now, base drop comes through, and unfortunate timing means that 1 goalie barrier is going to go down. Now even here on the defenses for both teams. Bloom looking to march the core forward, looking for an opportunity to pounce. Flip comes out from Average Alex. It's going to be blocked away from the Tofu Fortress, who almost rail cannons the core right back. Now, Fiery looking to open up, to open up the center stage here, and not able to find anything here. core. Now going back, finally able to find that kill here onto Josh that he's been looking for all point, and now it looks like PPL is going to capitalize on that. The core comes closer and closer to Shapeshifting's net. The Strike War going to be won here by Shapeshifting. Another Strike War won by a third Strike War won by Shapeshifting, and just like that, the defense is going to be going the way of PLX. Now, Average Alex once again on the prowl. Dubu not able to clear it a fourth time. Josh Knight in the right spot to defend, and despite a little bit of an effort here from PLX, PPL are going to find another point here on set.
Yeah, amazing hold by Shapeshifting. He was moving slightly past Fiery, so the Strike Wars weren't even Strike Wars at all. They were just wins for Shapeshifting.
Yeah.
Really good positioning, really good awareness from the goalie, and those kinds of mechanics are what make the difference. But right now, it's PPL striking back here, and this top corner is getting a little uncomfortable, but Mirrormeg again, the Asher so versatile on the defense as well, making it difficult for PPL to get a clean push forward. And now Josh with the flow state doing so much work, but not quite going to get the full barrier here.
Yeah, Flip does come out, looks for a snipe on the goalie barrier, not going to find it. Average Alex now might have to blow Flip here on the defense. Does elect to use it, unfortunately, not going to find any value out of it, other than maybe some brief preservation. Good back pass here from Josh, keeps the offense in play. The flip comes out from Loom. Oh, the boo! Not able to find the solution that they want. That being said, Josh takes a little bit of stagger damage here to get the core forward. Might have to pay for that with his life. The X Maximus is here. Base drop blown defensively. Not going to matter, though, here as we get in overtime in this power play. Oh, an amazing dribble here from Fiery. Going to take that core flip here from Dubu. Dubu once again trying to find the clear and not able to find the angle that he wants. Now it's going to be an open net for the side of PLX. Flow State, though, one more opportunity to potentially build this offense. Mirrormeg able to find that, and things are looking scary all of a sudden for PPL. The strike shot barely able to save what might have been a goal here on the Demon angle. Fiery here with a bull rush, trying to find core possession one more time, but it's going to be Mirrormeg's time to shine. The core comes to him. Flip not going to be elected to use now. Finally going to get blown, but it's going to be defended by three members of the side of PP Legends. Now Josh able to get the core upfield one more time. The flow state once again, a never-ending nuisance from Bloom with an amazing Strike War win. Keeps the core in play here now. KO trying to be found by Fiery. Nothing going to be found. This is a stagger, swagger, peak performance Octavia, and she's still getting blown up. Core flip, Perry going to be found. Average Alex with the hit on the Strike War. And that's going to be PPL taking the set in a dramatic fashion.
That was ridiculous from Average Alex, exactly when they needed it most, and they get out of the set in a very, very clean manner. Now just one set away, 3 points away from closing out this game, moving on to winner side of Grands. As projected, right? This PP Legends team has a lot of expectations coming into this. Extra special falling down to the IME as well. This is a really, really scary draft, as the Octavia picking up the Dash Awakening, but the duration's not quite there.
Why Super Surge over Aerials? Do you know?
Super Surge gives a little bit more speed.
Is that it? Is that the only,
Yeah.
the only reason to?
That's literally it.
Huh. Alright, fair enough. Hey, knowledge check here coming out past here by Josh coming into this out of this draft. I guess it was impossible to deny that Octavia there too, which made it all a bit scarier, and we're already seeing the effects of that. Look how fast Josh is going, getting beat up, but he's just going to limp away, lick his wounds with a stagger swagger peak performance, but we'll see if he'll be able to actually weather the full storm here. Able to pick up the Aura Mirrormeg now with the sides, has that flip as well. Strike War going to be one, no goalie barrier that match. Gale Blast not able to pick a member of PLX off here. Flip finally does come out, able to get that goalie barrier. Josh not going to be knocked out by the cyber swipe here. Barrier beam big enough to catch that core, and Bloom not going to be able to defend against that. Kind of shades of game number one. Bloom finds himself with the brawler in front of him.
Yeah, and in theory, right, Josh should just be pretty much taking over the midfield, right? That guy is so tanky as Fighter Flight. Pretty much impossible to kill with all of this durability, so we're going to have to see Josh really step up, and we're kind of seeing that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Has the build, basically. Has literally probably your dream Octavia build. Honestly, the only thing that you could ask for it is a Chrono Boost, which doesn't exist in the game.
Well,
so.
Castellas exists, though.
Or Castellas, right. But honestly, this is probably, like, you know, top 5, like, strongest possible builds, or even the strongest possible build that does not involve Castellas that you can get in this draft. So, absolutely not going to be sad about the way that draft went out for PLX, but it's going to be up to them to close out this game. CTL, I think, as well, going to be still in rotation. So if Josh able to get the MVP of this set, that's going to be huge going into this potential final set of the series.
Yeah, that is the win condition for PLX. They need Josh to be MVP, and they need to win the set, and so far it's looking good for them. Looking at 2 potential goals here with the Tofu Fortress blocking off so much area. Josh having a bit of a carry performance on the bottom side. Goes to Mirimeg. Josh on the bottom side trying to find a shot, but not quite. The PP Legends are barely holding here. They're getting it around Mirimeg, but the flip is inevitable. They got to watch out.
Yeah, Flip taken away, though, from Fiery. Mirameg going to find himself as the brawler with Flip, dictating the pace of this play. Flip comes out. Bloom going to defend it away, though. Fiery able to intercept, but Flip from Josh, so scary, but so well played by Bloom to keep the nerves calm. Now Fiery trying to dribble up forward. The bell ringer, a little unfortunate. Flip comes out from the boom, not going to find anything, though. Fiery almost sent off the map by the Sonic Boom, of all things. And now Tofu Fortress going to be taken out. Flip finally comes through from Average Alex. Fiery with a strike war 1. Doesn't even matter. Shape-shifting able to win the Strike War interaction here. Blink comes through from Average Alex. Nothing going to be found. The barrier beam, though, is going to take it for the side of PLX, and they find themselves 1 point away from potentially the series-defining draft. We'll see what shakes out of it.
Yeah, PPL need to win it here, especially because Josh has done so much that there's a very good chance that he is indeed the MVP. But Josh getting killed, that guy should have elusive 3 years ago, but still has a stagger swagger and heals all the way back up. But Average Alex looking for the damage, looking for the passing play with Fiery, looking to keep Josh off the field. But Mirimeg with a dash punch makes it into another power play for the Platinum exclusive squad.
Yeah. Right now, though, Tofu Fortress comes out, claims 1 barrier. Josh going to find himself stuck in the goo, but that's just a little setback right now. The offense still going. Fiery, good proactive dodge to keep himself alive against the dash punch. Josh going to find himself fully staggered, an opportunity to be KO'd, to be knocked away by this X Maximus. Not going to find it. Unfortunate bounce means that we're going to have an open net here for the side of PLX. The flip comes through, barrier beam, not able to catch the core. Josh, though, with this fight or flight, with this move speed, with this stagger, so hard to get through. Fiery, though, with a godlike bull rush, able to get the core through. Open net now for the side of both teams as we get into overtime. 1 HP for Fiery, just 1 hit from being sent to the map. Mirameg with a critical strike war win. No, the Firewall Sentry almost claims it. No, that is not the way that you want that point to end. The Firewall Sentry claims the entire point, takes the point right from PLX under their hands, and PPL keep their points, or keep their hopes alive here in the set.
Yeah, and that was such a big blunder from Josh. He hit it right back into the turret when Shapeshifting was trying to clear it away. And that those kinds of mistakes can't happen in winners finals. But right now they're trying to turn that all around. Forget about the last point. A quick recovery as 2 barriers instantly go down. Fiery, an awkward flip, still gets 1 barrier. But they need to work on this bottom one. The Firewall Sentry returns. Josh having a bit of difficulty dealing with it so far, but still gets the core away for now. And PP Legends, they need to be really desperate on the offense here. Good evade by Josh.
Yeah, Josh now looking to make up for his prior mistakes. No, going to be taken out by the Cyber Swipe, or by the Glitch Pop before he could actually bring anything to fruition. Now Bloom looking comfortable on the defense, has the flip, the Tofu Fortress out, not able to take Fiery's life, but at least able to get the core through. The Firewall Sentry not claiming that final goalie barrier, looking so scary in these points. Mirameg here with a barrier beam, sending the core forward, almost has Flip himself. Fiery just looking to build up Catalyst by swinging away. Now the flip comes out from Bloom, able to snipe the goalie barrier, but he needs to hold here on this defense. Has 1 more opportunity. PLX, it's now or never, and it might just be never here. The flip comes out from Fiery, but no goal here to follow. You need to win that strike war, and that you can't. You are just a boo with no range. And now we are 1 point away here from a reverse sweep on the set, and PPL making sure that they stay undefeated series.
Yeah, and it's on Josh's shoulders, but Josh is not having the carry performance we need for such a build, for such a selfish character, honestly. Like, you need to put in the work, but Mirimeg putting in the work. 2 barriers in an instant, but you gotta watch out on the other side. Fiery and Average Alex converting instantly to Firewall Sentry, looking to turn this around as fast as possible. Mirimeg burns the barrier beam in the midfield. Great strike shot from Shapeshift to keep the offense up, and Fiery trying to use the center to propel himself forward, trying to win a strike war against the flip. Shapeshifting with the own barrier. Big opportunity for the PP Legends.
Yeah, and right now, Josh trying to make it up for it all. No, it feels like the nerves have finally gotten to PLX, though. Miramax, though, the one clear thinker right now left on the team. It might not even matter, though. Fiery gonna approach the net here with this core flip. That being said, Josh, an opportunity to potentially keep the core in play. Flip now gone from Fiery. Base drop's gonna be here. Finds the KO on a Fiery. This might be the opportunity that PLX need. They need to win this point if they want to win this series. Now overtime hits. Miramax trying to desperately find his way, but it's gonna be body blocked here by Alex. Maloom on a breakaway trying to win. The Firewall Sentry not gonna be enough. Miramax with a pass splitter. The flip's there. No, it's gonna whiff. It's gonna whiff. Josh now he's going to have his opportunity here with a flip. Comes out in the midfield, but immediately going to be blocked away here by the X Maximus. The hit stun is not there from Miramax. Shape-shifting, though. Going to be comfortable here on the defense for now. The Bells pass player not going to find anything right now, but a Strike War win from Miramax almost ends it right there, but it's not going to be found. The base drop now blows Fiery. No fucking way. Josh has disconnected here on this crucial set. There's no way. I can't.
Oh, Josh is back. Josh is back. But Average Alex is also pushing the top side. Flip available. Pass splitter deflecting most of it. The angles are so difficult. But Josh again. You can't be making these mistakes. And there are too many of them. It will be PPL. Moving on to winner's side.
Dude, I can't. What there are so many situations you are prepared for as a caster. When you cast these things, you feel the energy like flowing through. You're in the zone. But I was just not prepared. I was not prepared for Josh DC right there. That was such an insane circus act of a final point. That was wow. Just what a crazy end to the series that was. I'm at a loss for words. I'm speechless. That was amazingly played from both sides. Super unfortunate that the way that it ended up for PLX, but they still have an opportunity to claw their way back into Grands. This was winners finals after all, and even though it's going to be PPL taking their spot in landing, taking that winner's side starting spot in landing, PLX still have that opportunity. They're only one series away from that, and they're 3 series away now with the reset from taking the entirety of NASA, right? So absolutely still got a long day ahead of them, but they still got a day ahead of them, and that's what's important. Now, turning back to the game that we just saw, 53,000 damage coming out from Fiery, right? An amazing damage pressure. That was a Stagger Swagger peak performance, fight or flight Octavia, and yet Josh was still struggling to stay alive, it felt like. It really felt like that damage pressure is potentially what contributed to some of the blunders that we saw, those costly blunders that we saw in that final set. And I think that was off the back of Fiery, who, again, won a lot of Strike Wars. Very hard to do, right, against that Dubu with that massive size. And he definitely struggled in a lot of situations, but he was able to get the job done, right? Bloom being that extra, damage pressure really felt like, or sorry, not damage pressure, that scoring pressure, it really felt like he was able to play this game as well. And that was the difference. And so even though PLX got the builds, it felt like they were firing on all cylinders. So was PPL. And when that's happening, there's nothing that could stop them. And they're the ones that are going to take the game and the ones that are going to take the series.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it was also how they approached the final game, right? They put Josh on that Octavia to try and carry, but I feel like they already had a carry in Miramax. They should have played a more supportive midfielder perhaps, but hindsight is 2020 after all. But yeah, we saw Josh perform amazingly in the earlier games, but just couldn't be that selfish carry, unfortunately. Well, we'll have to see how they do against NBS and if they can make it back to a rematch against PPL, but that'll be after a bit of a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Now things are getting exciting.
How do you not score?
Wait a second, Fireman is how you don't score.
Keep it coming, team!
Good offense trying to find a play and a great kick of blast.
And once again, I've cleaned house.
Aw, what happened? Were you glitching out?
Hello everyone, we're back. We got Nosborough Strikers versus Platinum exclusive for this loser's final match, and this one's the most important match, honestly, if you ask some people, because it determines who's in the top two and who isn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people obviously going to be focused on today, who's going to be winning it all, but honestly, just getting that top two finish has massive offseason implications, right? Getting that spot and landing on the winner's side, so you do not have to, start landing with either a series down or just getting knocked out and lift off all together, risk that, nasty demotion. So this is going to be a big series for both teams and their stories, going into the off season. But I think right now, just focusing on who takes it today, who gets into the annals of NASA history, is gonna be an important story in its own right going into this.
Yeah, and heading into the first game, it's a bit of an interesting draft situation, but NBS kind of doing what PPL also did, right? You kind of referred back to Assertive Juno, but this is also a team that plays some of those offensive goalies.
And Assertive, I think, again, actually implemented a lot of the same strategies that we saw Mloom use for the side of PPL on the previous series, and we'll see if we're going to see that same stuff. I think she's had a phenomenal performance on day one, and if she can continue that on day number two, then NBS are going to be their own difficult team to beat in their own right.
Oh, but Mirimeg, nothing has changed for Mirimeg. Last series, this series, still getting it done in the brawler position. Finds a strike through two for the first goal.
Yeah. Good play from the Mirimeg, like you mentioned, kind of the MVP for the side of PLX in that previous series. Absolutely held it down in a lot of situations, or got it done in a lot of situations. So we'll see if he's got some more miracles for us today. That being said, it's going to be Alter, Striker Alter, taking that first goalie barrier of the point. Mirimeg, good cross up here, and a Striker Kai X Maximus going to lead to a second one. Two flips blown from the side of PLX, and that is a goal. A little bit dirty, but they got the job done. Gonna put themselves behind here on that energy economy, but they're gonna be up 2 points, and that's a huge advantage.
Big advantage here. There's a lot of meter available on the side of NBS, though. They gotta watch out for these flips potentially. But so far, it's a PLX masterclass going for a lot of midfield control here. Josh just taking over, and Striker Kai can't quite keep up.
Yeah, Glitch Pop going to be putting the core forward. Alter an opportunity to score here on this Rasmus, but going to be blocked away here by that extended range on the pass splitter. An unfortunate clear means that the core is going to be blocked right back in the midfield, but Striker Kai and Striker Alter making the best out of their situations. Alter able to get both goalie barriers. Now has a flip in front of the net. Got a reaction check. Shape shifting and Josh, and past that check they will, but Assertive. A good glitch pop, notably on the strike shot, Aimee here, kind of a key critical pick coming from this player here this entire playoffs, and really has become kind of her own signature pick.
Yeah, we talked about it last time it was pulled out as well. The sheer range of the glitch pop lets you hit stun people, get the core from all the way across the map, And that's what we're seeing once again in this match. Mirame going for damage on Striker Kai though, and one barrier does fall, but I do like this Asher pickup from Shapeshifting. I think it's going to have a very good time just reliably defending against a lot of things that NBS are going to throw out.
Yeah, agreed. Ooh, good peel from Assertive on the Cyrus swipe. Unfortunately, not going to mean anything as Mirame does have the move speed and make the way. Get the KO, flip here in front of the net. No strike from Striker Kai, unfortunately. That's just Kai, and Kai with no abilities at that. That's going to be set number 1. Going the way of PLX here in a dominant first performance.
When Josh first pick, big opportunity for some really meaningful awakenings here. And it looks like it might just be the Monumentals or maybe some speed being opted for, perhaps. It'll be the stacks on stacks instead of the Monu here. And really making sure that the game stays in their control in the speed department. Size as well for the X. Might of Colossus not really a size awakening at this point. So this is really big in the just overall control department from PLX.
Yeah, and one thing, actually, Missile Prop on the Strike Shot Aimi falling down, we saw Assertive uses it to quite great effect, more so than other Aimis. So I think the draft plays out a little bit different because of this kind of the draft plays a little bit different because of this difference in playstyle, and already Striker Alter going to come out swinging here. Both barriers, kind of a familiar story, but if the previous set's anything to go by, PLX do have the opportunity to claw their way back. That being said, a little bit claustrophobic right now for Shapeshifting. Striker Kai keeping it forward with a barrage, able to find the core control that NBS are looking for right now. Unfortunate strike here from Assertive means that they're going to be on the defensive yet again. Passing plays coming between Mirame and Josh. One goalie barrier goes down. PLX clawing their way back. Bull rush. Unfortunately, not going to hit the mark. Now, Glitch Pop, a little bit of damage onto Josh, who does have this flip coming up. Might be the center damage focus, but whoa! That was not the thing I was looking for. Mirame finds a KO on Alter, who in his last breath pulls out that death touch, catching Shapeshifting off guard. No move speed on this Asher, which means she's going to be really susceptible to plays like that going forward.
Yeah, and Shapeshifting also greeted the Strike Shot for the kill. If Strike Shot was up there, that would have been a very easy save. It would have been the slight extra reach that the Asher needed. Really getting punished there, but the pass splitter dropped in the midfield, and I think PLX are not too worried after that point, right? They still have the consistent offense. As long as they can get it up to Josh, you can get it up to Mirame, the game plan still stays the same.
Yeah, agreed. And Mirame's going to find himself staggered right now, able to get that orb, get his evade off, so he's looking a lot better right now. Flip still here for Josh, does not need to use it defensively, which I think will mean quite a lot in just a second. Strike War goes the way of Striker Alter. Death Touch not able to get the hits done that he wants to get that final goalie barrier. Assertive now forced to play defensive here against now this dynamic duo of Josh and Mirame. X Maximus coming out, Flip comes out, that's going to be an open net for the side of NBS. Josh still has his flip, Shapeshifting still has his flip, but actually going to be the final barrier going down. Whoa! A little bit of a strange interaction there with the creations, but it does not matter. Striker Kai able to find a good barrage, good death touch as well to make sure that Josh not able to intercept it in the midfield. 1v1 now between the midfielders for the goal. Nothing going to come out here from NBS.
Oh, almost a great job by Alter, though, but Josh is there right on time to save it away, clear it away. Now Mirame in position, but it's an easy clear away from Assertive. Dangerous bounces off the center. If Mirame or Striker Kai reacted in time to that, that would have been devastating for either side, but now Alter is taking so much damage. Has the flip still off the center. That would have hit the wall, though. And now Mirame going in, but Assertive with the last second clear. Shapeshifting up to Josh, looking for another opportunity. Mirame around the world, and Alter still somehow standing. Shapeshifting in a lot of danger, forced to burn the flip, and now Alter still pushing forward. The barrier beam will prevent it for now, but Shapeshifting's in so much danger, and Striker Kai, what a Giga Blast. What a point.
A point for Striker. Hey, +1 on point scale against Shianzu in that one video, right? Better Gigas, better ability usage, and that is what we saw in play right there. Also, hats off again. I'm kind of getting obsessed with this Strike Shot Aimi pick. It looked really good there, providing like an extra redirects with the glitch pop that actually allowed Striker Alter to continue his offense. That being said, Striker Alter is gonna be on the receiving end of some offense here now, spending a little bit of time in the penalty box.
All right, well, Shapeshifting to Josh, meter built up for the midfielder, and I always wondered, what is the penalty box?
they just wait there for like 12. I don't know when they get knocked out. You know, like the referee is gonna prevent them from coming back in. I think, like, right? They're just like, you know, like.
Oh
you
yeah,
cannot-
did they sit there?
Yeah, they just sit there and they get like given a timer or something.
Oh, but shouldn't that be
Like-
for the player that beat the other player up
No, because that's legal.
in Omega Strikers?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't legal in a Mega Strikers, I think we got bigger problems in the lore. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
but speaking of big problems, that missed strike shots. One of them a flip available for Assertive, but no barriers. And PLX are roaring back in a bit of a comeback in this set, perhaps. They're still the ones with the overall lead. And what a bell ringer, not quite getting the full goal. Assertive now defending it away. NBS hold on for a moment.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see this IME play without the eject button, seeing how Assertive chooses to use kind of a very nerfed ability without this eject button, a lot less utility when you cannot blink back. Mostly using it kind of for hit confirms or just for like the core speed of it, to be completely honest, but we'll see if she'll be able to do it again. The hit stun does come out there. Miramag not able to get that core flip parry, unfortunately, too. Flip goes wide, meaning that advantage right now goes the way of NBS. Assertive now, no evade to deal with this X potentially. Doesn't even need it, though, with another excellently placed glitch pop. Alter trying to get possession of the core, not going to find it. Eventually going to have to face 2v1 situation here, scoring against Shapeshifting and Josh. Core speed a little bit worrisome right now here in this overtime, but it's going to be Miramag, Noax Maximus. It gets a Strike War reset. A good pull from Alter, buys a little bit of space, but it gets sent right back through in Josh. It feels like we've been here before a million times, and finally it goes a little bit differently. Bull Rush comes through, but it's actually going to be Josh taking the goal and taking the first point for PLX.
They get it done. They find the goal. But it's so difficult, right? It feels like they have most of the possession every single point. But the 2 points previously have gone NBS's way because their opportunities are a lot more explosive, a lot more precise. And that's despite it being a ranged goalie on the side of NBS. It feels like it should be the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no! Alter a little bit too close. Eyes focused on the core a little bit too much. Did not see the hurling X coming right at him. And that's going to be a flip down for the side of NBS. This might be the difference here in this entire set, actually. That being said, Alter finally back up on the pitch, but Striker Kai might soon follow him. Awaiting there in the KO box. Flip comes out from Assertive. Well timed to keep that goalie barrier alive. Good pass up to Kai, but it's going to be intercepted here by Shapeshifting. Strike shot going to miss. No! Not the blunder you want to see in such a critical point here. Now Glitch Pop comes out, does buy a little bit of space, but now we've got Miramag swinging away, trying to get the KO here on a Striker Kai, but he's actually going to be worse for wear now as Shapeshifting, unfortunately, bad bounce means he loses the barrier, loses the goal, and all that work from PLX, unfortunately, going out the window here as NBS takes set number 2.
Oh, that is tough. Shapeshifting with a little bit of panic gives the perfect opportunity over to NBS, and now this game gets a little bit more complicated. That set was looking really good for PLX for a while, but it all fell apart at the very end. And Among Titans going to be picked up for Josh. That's going to give Miramag a lot of agency. That's going to make Shapeshifting a lot larger as well, a lot more leeway to play with, and size denied, importantly, away from the Rasmus. This X going to pick up heavy impact. Not the awakening you would want the most. I think intelligent drafting from Assertive there.
Yeah. Even we've seen a lot of situations X going dash, like the Super Surge, right? Because there is some utility there, right? It's a little bit of a different ability once you get a little bit of dash size, especially with a Super Surge where it hits harder. But Miramag instead just electing, to get the heavy impacts, wants to get the cooldown maybe on his Bell Ringer, have that hit a little bit harder, get a little bit of more burst damage, I think. And yeah, intelligent drafting, honestly, coming out from NBS here, that's going to give them the advantage here. That being said, they're not going to be getting the advantage here so far in this point. One goalie barrier going to be down as Miramag and Josh now trying to take this last one. Giga Blast comes out, not able to get the save that they want, but Alter is going to be there to catch it before anything too bad happens. Now, this strike shot enhanced Firewall Sentry, a little bit intimidating, but unfortunately it's a little bit cosmetic right now. It's a good strike shot from Shapeshifting now. Got to blow the burst here from Assertive. Core flip comes out. An excellent strike from Assertive. Keeps the core in play. But that is a big X. But that is an awkward angle coming out from Miramag. That I never thought I'd see a boys angle outside of Atlas Lab, but I think that's the closest we're going to get here.
Yeah, barely off. And same with the KO. Striker Alter still surviving finally taken out by a combination with Josh and Shapeshifting, but that's a lot of abilities burned. And this barrier still standing. Assertive playing this strike shot. Aimi like a lockdown goalie. Finally, the barrier falls. But a shot to the other side as well. Shapeshifting, unnecessary strike shot. Tries to accelerate the play by a third of a second. And that third of a second costs the entire barrier.
Yeah, super unfortunate, but we'll see if Miramax and Josh will close it out regardless. Miramax so close to 2 KOs. No, actually, an excellent read from Striker Kai. Notices that he has that shot should he choose to flip, and that he does. Takes that first point here for the side of NBS. Now, NBS find themselves here advantaged in game number 1.
But like that was such an unnecessary strike shot too, right? All it did was, if it had succeeded with a slightly different angle, given the core to Josh like a third of a second faster than he would have gotten it if there was no strike shot at all. So I don't know. Feels like a very unnecessary force of habit there. PLX down a barrier as well. They need to really get it done. But again, Assertive. This strike shot Aimi is being played so precisely that it feels like a lockdown goalie.
Yeah, it really does. Like I said, I'm kind of obsessed with this pick. I think it's, like, honestly, one of the most unique picks of the season, to be completely honest. I don't think there's any other goalie really doing this. We saw Loom do it on Juno, where it's a much more popular pick. Or no, that was Momentum Beach Juno. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone really doing any picks like this, especially, right, in the kind of the melee goalie dominant meta that we live in. It's very cool to see this at play.
Yeah, Miramax, Josh, and Shapeshifting all have flips available, but it's
that.
Striker
Wow.
Alter despite that all, with the backup from Assertive, getting it done once again. And now Assertive just incredibly well-timed on that Cyber Swipe too, right? Not overcommitting with it. A perfect strike shot away, a perfect clear away from the flip. Assertive is just outplaying the entire squad of PLX right now on both the defense and the offense.
Yeah, and this PLX is the team that, you know, got really close to taking out PPL, and right now Assertive is making them kind of, you know, making them look like a normal team, you know. But a normal team at PLX is not. That being said, Striker Alter, not a normal player either. Able to send that core in right through the barrier beam with Shapeshifting. That is a 2-0 set advantage here for NBS.
A big advantage, big meter advantage as well. It feels like so long ago that there were 3 flips on the side of PLX, but that is relatively recently. They were all unfortunately wasted. All they need is one more barrier now. NBS pushing forward aggressively, trying to find a big opportunity here, and Assertive so much defensive insurance with the flip as well. No barriers taken.
Yeah, good defense again already. Amazing strike timings from Assertive here. We'll see though if Striker Kai and Striker Alter are going to be able to follow up. Almost a sneaky KO coming out here from Assertive. Kai now able to buy a little bit of time to get that orb, get his health back. Now looking pretty good. Is Alter now going to face the punishment from the side of PLX? An amazing strike shot once again. Keeps the goalie barrier alive, but it was all for naught, unfortunately. Now flip comes through from Josh. Another strike war win coming out from Assertive here. Now Striker Kai, possession of the core, dribbles through, but there's no one to pass to, unfortunately. Striker Alter has gone the way of the dodo right now. Miramax here, trying to get it through with a flip, not able to find it at the barrier beam, barely keeps the core here on the side of NBS. Finally, a well-placed bell ringer means that there's nothing the side of NBS can really do between the creations and the creation that is X.
Yeah, well played, well placed by Shapeshifting. Putting that path splitter down right in front of the opening goal gates. But look at this powerful kickoff from Assertive. They defended away, but they have to burn so many cooldowns to do so. Oh, Striker Kai, speaking of unnecessary abilities, that Giga Blast was really, really funny and so unnecessary.
All good, all good, all good. It's playoffs. You're locking in. You know, you move on. You got the barrier anyways. Your goalie is playing like a beast. There's only so much you really have to complain about here. That being said, Josh and Striker Kai duking out of the midfield, Alter rotating back a little bit just to get a little bit of assistance here on the defense, to be quite honest. But it might not even be needed. A good strike shot here from Assertive interrupts that offense from PLX, and that might be the opportunity here for NBS to capitalize. No, actually, Miramax and Josh just going to absolutely keep an ironclad grip on possession of the core. Shapeshifting still has so much to play with. Ooh, X Maximus Bellringer combo, gonna send one off. Finally, oh my god, a crack in the armor still not found here for Assertive. Finally gonna go down with a guaranteed hit unfortunately, just too many options to consider. Mirrormag able to send that in, preserving his core flip here. Which means that PLX is going to be very, very advantaged here coming to the final point of the set.
What a glitch bot, but it's still a goal for PLX.
Ooh.
Quick barrier take, quick core speed, good Giga Blast to make sure the momentum does not follow in the favor of PLX for now. But Mirrormag to the top side, finding a strike war, finding the barrier, and PLX a big turnaround in this set, getting it done with a 2-barrier advantage here, and Shapeshifting's Path Splitters have been quite useful, quite devastating. A Giga Blast will send it away. Josh is low, Assertive's defending, but so is Striker Alter. The Rasmus could go down at any second now.
Yeah, right now, though, breakaway offense for the side of PLX. Striker Kai just doing anything he can to make sure that Josh doesn't have his flip. We've actually seen a full roll swap, essentially. Josh wants to be in front of that net. The Axe Maximus coming out, just getting a little bit of damage, building all that space that might be necessary. Breakaway here with the core. The flip going to knock him back, though. Going to be pulled away. No KO found, which means that there are no cooldowns here, actually, to play with for the side of NBS. Excellent defense, though, coming out here as we get into overtime. Striker Kai trying to clear the core, but Josh is going to be there. The stacks on stacks among Titans really making him a nuisance to deal with here in the midfield.
The pass splitter in the midfield as well, making it so difficult for NBS to mount a push. But what a mix-up by Alter around everybody. Doesn't even hit the center wall as well. So precise now, and Alter's rushing forward. A glitch pop from Assertive, the firewall sentry. Chip damage onto Mirrormag, but healed right back up by Josh. Big situation for Mirrormag, though. Finds the bell ringer KO, and Alter in position. But it will be Mirrormag once again covering all the space with the bell ringer, and PLX make it out of the set alive.
Mirrormag, man of the hour, man of the set. Doesn't get the MVP, but definitely has the flashiest play here. Is coming in this draft, I'm looking at that fight or flight right now, going to the now.
Yeah, fight or flight, such a valuable awakening here, and the now will be so quick in this upcoming set. On the other hand, Stagger Swagger going to be very valuable. Any survivability going to be valuable for the members of NBS here. Specialized training being denied away from Mirrormag, making sure that the punches don't get punchier, and at the very end, explosive entrance for Alter. It's definitely helps, but not the awakening that you would have hoped to get. A Stagger Swagger on Alter would have been amazing there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna, you're not too sad on it. I think that the Kai is obviously gonna use it quite well as well. One thing, though, actually, I think is really curious. This was a deny, right? But this is a Siege Machine Missile Prop 1-2 Punch Spec Training Aimi. That turret hurts. That's, putting the fire in Firewall Sentry, right? That being said, no wall right now for the side of NBS as they've lost both their goalie barriers. Alter now trying to match in kind, but nothing going to be found quite yet now as Mirrormag trying to get the core.
Yeah, Alter in the corner, but this is an Asher after all. So hard
Primetime
to get past. Yeah, primetime Asher for Rasmus, where every single primary could just be primary traded away. Assertive now taking the safe way out. Mirrormag incredibly low. And they get it out of the corner, but Mirrormag healed all the way back up, has flip available.
Oh, no.
It's a foregone conclusion as the KO comes through, but the goal still not scored to the top side. Josh, so much speed, will secure it, and PLX, I think they've stabilized.
Yeah, absolutely tough after losing a series like the previous one, but it really does feel like they've come back in. They've kind of shaken off a little bit of that wear and tear, and now they're really coming back at it. NBS really feel like they're kind of permanently on the back foot. I mean, look where Alter is positioning. He's staying right nice and safe in the corner of his own side of the field.
And Shapeshifting can
Yo,
defend
did you see the turret?
so well all by himself. The turret, unfortunately, doesn't really get too much done, right? And Josh flips it forward. It was flashy, but like in terms of actual possession, unfortunately, NBS can't find any of it when Josh is this fast. And whenever they get it up to Shapeshifting, Alter pendulum swings, and Shapeshifting just primaries right back.
Yep. Just clean Omega Strikers coming out from PLX. It really feels like they've just got an answer to everything that NBS is trying to pull out. I mean, look at that. Josh is so fast. Stacks on stacks among Titans Fireflight. Constantly just going through it. And I mean, what can you do? Mirrormag comes in. X Maximus right in front of your net. You are but a poor strike shot Aimi facing against the might of Mirrormag on this X with that size. I mean, what can you do? There's just one wall after another, and eventually you'll be the one kind of splatting against it.
Well, there's still another game left to play at the very least for NBS, and Assertive looked fantastic there. Striker Kai and Striker Alter also in the earlier sets got it going, but as soon as that prime time came down from Shapeshifting, there was no more offense to be found, and of course Mirameg scaled so hard.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It just felt like, yeah, it really felt like there's just an answer. They just had an answer. Like I'm gonna try to pendulum swing. Nope, answer. I'm gonna try to strike shot. Nope, I'm too big. Oh, I'm gonna try to corner clear it. Nope, my midfielder's too fast. Like it really just was any game plan that NBS had in those final sets. Just immediate a multiple choice answer for the side of PLX, and they pick correctly every time. So they're gonna be walking away from this game with A's on their report cards. One thing I want to look at here too, that was a quick game, like relative to what we saw before. That was a 22-minute game, a couple minutes, I think, faster than any other game we've seen. Despite that, I think that is the biggest number of damage that we've seen today from Mirameg, 63,000 here on the X, right? Hitting a very respectable 7+1, but going to be supported by a monster in the midfield as well, that 3+6 from Josh, right? Looking absolutely destructive. So PLX looking really good going in this series. NBS, it looks like they have a fighting chance, right? I mean, it really does feel like Striker Kai and Striker Alter were able to find some holes in Shapeshifting's armor, right? And they were able to take advantage of that, right? That 6 goals is still 6 goals, right? That's quite a lot. And Assertive was playing fantastically as well, 47K on this IME, right? We saw that Turge, even though you mentioned didn't actually help that much in terms of possession, that hurt. I saw 2 beams go into Josh, and he lost half his health. So good play overall from NBS. Not enough to take it, but I do suspect that they'll have some answers. And I think if this strike shot IME is going to stay in play, I don't think Shapeshifting is going to go to the Mako, right? There's so many tools that the strike shot IME has to actually just interrupt the goalie-to-goalie kind of goalie-to-goalie communication there, that I don't think we're going to see the Mako. And if Shapeshifting goes on the Mako, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The start's pretty interesting. It is Might of the Colossus prime time. And I do think that's scary because Might of the Colossus in particular does invite the X right back, and with prime time, the defensive goalies will have a field day. This is scary for NBS, honestly. Good X
Really
can,
scary.
but like
Yeah.
PLX are just gonna pick a melee goalie and have some fun.
Yeah, PLX are just going to pick Asher again. It looked really good in the previous game.
Or Atlas.
I think. Did they pick Atlas? Okay, well, yeah. Atlas also very good, right?
Low-key
Obviously, that's
Asher is a
prime time.
way better first slot pick though, because you could flex it.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but regardless, right? Whether or not you have the Atlas Asher, whether or not you have the Atlas, you have a melee goal that starts with an A that has prime time, right? The similarities are there. You play it the same exact way. The flow chart more or less looks the same. It's just the buttons you're pressing that are timed a little bit differently, right? And so I think overall, right, it feels like they're going to have to figure out how to deal with this. They're going to have to figure out they banned the X, but they're going to have to figure out how to deal with that melee goalie. It's coming no matter what. And it's probably going to be an Atlas or an Asher. It probably won't be Mako, but you got to have to figure that out.
Yeah, well, the Juliet and the Kai are their responses. Striker Kai on the Kai once again. But it's a Kazan. We have not seen Kazan in so long.
No, we haven't.
That guy has been missing in action, and they got the Estelle with there too. PX are going a little bit crazy with this game, I gotta say. Not sure if I believe it, but Mirameg's Kazan has performed very, very well in the past. The one thing I am scared of is that Juliet, though. Into Kazan Estelle, I feel like the Juliet can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, agreed. Right, Estelle, one of those characters that given the right setup, pumps out damage, right? Not necessarily to Vice levels, but right under it. And Julia, of course, kind of one of the best characters at cleaning up after any sort of mess of damage left. Then I'm imagining, right? I'm not looking at the draft right now. Apologies. But what did Assertive end up picking?
Oh, if you're not looking at it, then there's a bit of a mix-up because it's Kai Juliet is the forward duo for NBS, and they picked Mako.
I should have that brought up. I'm lying to the audience for fun.
Yeah, and on the other side is Kazan Estelle with a Atlas goalie. Wait, what happened to you?
Whoa.
Where's the draft on your screen?
Huh? What? Oh no, I just I use the stream for it. Like I just bring up the stream for it. So I didn't have that open. I don't know. I don't remember closing it out, but whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So the Imi didn't get picked to answer the Mako. That or wait, it was actually the Mako ended up being picked. That makes sense, I guess. If you're not gonna pull, if you don't think that the Imi was working, you might as well just take it off. And Assertive was already really good with the strike shots, or sorry, the striking. So like with a Mako, where your striking is like enhanced half of the time, that's gonna be pretty good. So overall, yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable to make adjustment. I think that D-Stel, though, is going to be very, very good at interrupting the drum and bass. So I'm a little worried to see what that happens. Kazan also has his own tool, right, with the top spin. So as well as the, maddening descent. These are so hard to remember.
Yeah,
so there are
we
tools.
talked about bad names in Omega Strikers, and Kazan abilities have the worst names by far. It's not close.
Yeah, what is his crooked leverage? That's his pull.
Okay, well that one's like on the better half of them, you know.
Really? I don't actually like that. It should just be
Top spin is good, but the slip
like
is
top
not
spin.
good.
Yeah.
Pop up.
Wait, it's called the slip.
Yeah,
And pop up.
Yeah.
Audie.
Top spin might be the only good one.
Top spin's good. Yeah. Like,
Out of the entire kit, and then like the Maddening Descent like first part is carried away. Like what are they doing, man?
yeah. All right, well, something to look at here. Pummelers over the Magnetized Souls for Alter. Probably the first non-magnetized soul I think we've seen today. And we'll see if that actually means anything, because I think that's just a bad idea.
It's a very feast or famine type of situation here, and it is true that if you do high roll, if you do find the KOs early, that's huge. Striker Kai, though. Whoa, Josh, you can't be striking it right into Striker Kai's face like that, Josh. Not like that.
All good. The pressure's mounting. You're going to make a few blunders here or there. And once you get to this level of play, right? And oftentimes isn't about mechanical prowess. It's about staying cool. It's about realizing how to kind of keep the game in your favor, making sure that you're playing methodically, playing in the ways that got you here in the first place. And if you're not, you're going to be making some blunders like that. And unfortunately, PLX, not a very good showing here in set number 1.
Yeah, it's again, like we've seen their mechanical excellence, but when the pressure's on, same in the PPL series, they are not looking stable.
Yeah, they're not, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I don't know if they're getting just way too excited, if they're just trying to look to play fast and loose. I don't know if they're mixing up play styles, but it definitely feels like something has changed coming into this game already. A goalie berry going to be taken out. Mirmeg going to be almost taken out with those goalie berries. Eventually going to happen, but it's just going to be a trade here. As the forward from midfielder trade now goes between both teams. Josh here almost getting dash punch. Has to blink away from the damage now. Celestial Intervention going to be here to keep him in tip-top shape, able to preserve that core flip. Oh no! Almost a goal sent in right there, but it's going to be Striker Alter going to be sent off the map.
You talked about the stealth damage earlier, and that's kind of come into play. There's a lot of chip damage happening when the Brawler tries to step up. An amazing flip by Assertive, but the barrier will still fall on the follow-up. Mirmeg now pushing forward, trying to make this still a PLX win in the set. Josh keeps the core forward, but it's incredibly low. Almost KO'd, but even the pummelers wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's just super tragic to see. That means that Striker Kai going to end it, but it doesn't even matter. Mirmeg on the other side of the map, away from the action, just kind of sinks it in. Gets the goal that he needs, and well, I guess we're back here again. PLX able to get that first point, and well, it did take them a second in the previous game too, but they did eventually get back into form. We'll see if they'll be able to do that now.
Yeah, and really good snipe by Josh as well. The last point was pretty tragic. Assertive made the right decision to cage Mirmeg, but the long strike hitbox, the point was pressed, and the outside the cage, the core was, so that's how it happened. And now the damage is pouring in. The evades weren't on point from NBS, so their health bars will be disappearing here. Striker Kai soon to fall, but actually regens just in time. Unstaggers, and Mirmeg in a little bit of danger himself.
Yeah, and that's actually the Striker Alter going to be the one actually taking some damage again. A good primary here from the Alice. Good strike shot as well to make sure that Alter is no longer a factor right now in this game. Mirmeg with a flip comes through. Topspin comes out as well, I think. Good pass to Josh, but actually great hit stun on the side of Striker Kai. It does not matter though. The piercing shot pierces the core, pierces the goalie, gets a twofer on that goal. And speaking of twos, we are now 2-2 in set number 1.
Big energy advantage for PLX as well because Assertive, before being sniped in the net, had a full flip available. But Striker Alter in position once again, tries to dash punch, but this time shapeshifting ready for it. But that's an important cooldown down. If they can keep the core up fast enough. If Alter can get one more chance, that would be huge. But it's actually Miramac who dribbles it twice. The bottom barrier still falls in the end, though.
Yeah, you're able to take your victories, take your dubs, and move on. Alter here, trying to potentially get it, but a good clear from shapeshifting is going to keep the core back in open space. That being said, a Sad Boys angle. It's going to prevent the offense from happening. A critical Sad Boys angle, actually, here in set number 1. Now, Striker Kai able to beat Miramac here in the midfield. Striker Alter there not finding the core, which could potentially be a problem. Shapeshifting with the cooldowns as well. Going to be very tough to find any opportunity. That being said, the funneler is finally coming into play now. This is your opportunity. The unconditional speed now coming out from the Juliet, but now 4 more seconds of it before that disappears for good, potentially here. Now in overtime, the value is going to be found, but now Alter needs to get the core right now before he's going to be sent off the pitch. Flip finally comes out, elects to save it. Unfortunately, though, that means that the goal is not going to be found. Had to blow it anyways just to keep himself alive, and now we've got an open net for both teams.
A dangerous situation for Assertive. Gets it away, but the Cosmic Expanse on the other end is an easy defense for shapeshifting. Now in an open net, both goalies are going to be struggling a little bit. Miramac, the Kazan, the biggest threat in this open field. Same with Josh, Alter, and Striker Kai. Not as explosive in those scoring opportunities, but has a flip available. Topside answered by shapeshifting, but it's a power play still for NBS. Alter maintains possession despite the Cosmic Expanse, and now Striker Kai, a simple shot forward, but a strike war win from Josh right on time, and PLX still hold on.
Yeah, critical striker win, making up for some previous mistakes and then some. Now the power play goes the way of PLX here. Piercing shot, not going to find its mark. Miramac now passes it down to Josh, who has the flip, able to sink it in after some crucial back and forth here. Finally, PLX find a purchase.
They get the set win despite the early deficit. And this is a scary draft, though, because the goalie being first pick is pretty uncomfortable heading into this one. When you really want speed on your midfielders, you want it on your brawlers as well, maybe some survivability. But this first pick, Atlas, is in a pretty uncomfortable spot. Maybe going to pick up the missile prop? Yeah, but that fighter flight being passed up on, being passed down, and the fact that Josh gets to it is kind of ridiculous, because I feel like that big fish might have been a misdraft.
Yeah, I feel like Striker Kai really he just wants the survivability, I guess, but like, survivability doesn't mean anything if you can't win more basic interactions of the game. But we'll see if that plays out. You do get the size, which means you do have a little bit of advantage. Not going to actually mean anything right there, but one goalie barrier finally going to go the way here. The side of NBS. Striker Alter almost sent off the map actually right there between the knockback, but we'll see. We'll see if this big fish actually pays off. It is paying off right. Never mind. Gasser is sitting. Yeah.
Shapeshifting in the corner here. Josh brought low, but it's still a power play for PLX, and Assertive manages to get it out of the corner. Strike War wins against the Kazan, an impressive feed, and still the barrier stands for NBS.
Yeah, good hold again. Assertive playing absolutely phenomenally so far this series. Astral Expanse not going to find anything right now. Celestial something Expanse not going to find anything right now.
Not Celestial, Cosmic. Wow, we went through all three of them.
It's hard. Yeah, speaking of bad OS names.
Yeah,
Alice abilities.
They went overboard with the theming, but Striker Alter right on board with another strike war in the midst of 3 PLX members. It feels like the coordination should be there a little bit more on the defense.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen actually so far quite a bit of today. Feels like Josh and Shapeshifting do not have quite the synergy that the other defensive duos of these remaining teams have, and that is costing them quite a few key points here, but we'll see. It seems like on paper these guys should be able to handle this team no problem. That being said, Striker Alter going to be a big problem right now, taking that final goalie barrier. Flip comes out from Josh, puts it in the top corner. No goalie barrier found yet again. Assertive. Another clutch up save here right now. Good angling though. Off the black hole in the center now. Gives one barrier over the side of NBS. Flip comes out from Striker Alter. Good defense from Shapeshifting, but it's just not enough. Not enough redirects on the core, and NBS preserve their energy and find themselves 1 point away from taking set number 2.
This is really funny too because PLX firmly won that draft, right? They got three. They got the 3 better awakenings in that draft, and still it is. I think NBS just feeling comfortable. I think Striker Kai really likes that additional size for the midfield interactions, and we're seeing that right here.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, numbers mean nothing if not for comfort. So Striker Kai on that comfort might give him the confidence that he needs to just play better, right? That psychological advantage. Psychological advantages unfortunately don't mean anything if you find yourself unable to play, and that's what Alter's doing right now, spending a little bit of time here in the KO box.
All right. Well, boxes or not, it's all about them boxing it out in the midfield. Striker Kai and Alter going in, but an early dash punch. All it does is put on some chip damage that's already reached all the way away. We're going to need some Pummeler's value pretty soon here. But I think Josh and Miriamag doing a pretty good job of avoiding the KO zones.
Yeah, agreed. They're playing very well around this. Wow, an amazing crooked leverage actually finds it through the Flame Flurry of Alter. Now both NBS forwards looking worse for wear. One a little bit worse than the other now, but I don't think Striker Alter has too much time here to play. Gonna be pulled, yoinked away. Unfortunately, your time on stage is finished now. Josh not even needing the flip. Miriamag just taking the shot, putting it on the top side of the net, and that's 1 point here for PLX.
1 point. They're going to need a few more to make a comeback just like last set. But with Josh's flip available, they have a chance to accelerate these points early. Good attempt by Miriamag and Josh, but assertive strikes have been really good so far this series.
Yeah, agreed. Unfortunately, not the dash punch value that you want. That would have been a huge dash punch too, because you wouldn't have taken away the flip, but all you have right now is one single strike war victory, but all that does is potentially delay the inevitable here. Now an open net here for NBS. Gonna trade one goalie barrier, but Josh stays cool, elects to give it up, keep his cooldowns, keep his flip, and we'll see if he'll be able to do anything. Has to blow that Rose Warp to get out of the ensnared drums. NBS with an opportunity. No, gonna be repelled away by the defense here of PLX. Piercing shot almost claims the life of Assertive, but gonna stay strong for now. Alter low on HP, can be knocked away by any of these flips. Elects to walk over, get this orb. Unfortunately, they're not gonna mean anything. He's gonna walk into the black hole, and it's just gonna go down again. Finding himself in the bounce house here of all this damage. An amazing dash punch here against Shapeshifting, though. Gets that final barrier. Gonna pay for it with his life. That's gonna be worth here.
Yeah, flip available for Assertive now. Goes for the angle around, but Josh is there to defend. Another angle around the world. Forces out the flip from Shapeshifting. Big plays by Assertive, and Striker Kai staying alive as well. Surprise Corsby with the precise snipes from Assertive and extra speed. Striker Alter pushing it forward, not quite enough. Josh and Shapeshifting on the defense. They hold for now. Goes to Alter again, but can't win the strike war against 3. And now it's in the midfield. Miriamag thrives in these situations, and the point will be pressed. And we're heading to another 0.5.
Yeah, just too ambitious of a clear from Striker Kai is going to cost him that point. And once again, PLX have grabbed and clawed their way back through this set. No team today in the North American Strikers Academy giving away any points for free. Speaking of that right now, all the cooldowns blown on the side of NVS just to keep this core away from their nets. Dash punch comes out, not going to find anything. Perfect pitch, not, unfortunately. Going to find that snipe that Assertive was looking for. Find ourselves here in the back in the strike war. This Alter now with flip has a potential ability to erase someone from the map. We'll see if we'll be able to do it though with the Pums. The Magnetized Soul is really not paying him any favors right now. Piercing shot comes through. Strike shot not able to save it, unfortunately. And this defense just looks ironclad from the side of PLX. Miriamag able to find it. Flip comes out just for good measure, I think. And unfortunately, that little extra motion is going to cost him. No, it won't actually, as the core gets right back to him with a little bit of help from Shapeshifting. And even though it wasn't clean, it got the job done. That's PLX 2-0 here on game number 2.
One set away from getting a rematch in Grands. They want to get it done here, and Stagger Swagger will be the ticket. Will allow them to continue putting on the damage. Denying survivability, taking it for yourself is the name of the game on this patch. Maybe for the history of Omega Strikers, actually, as long as draft has existed, but especially this patch. And Twin Drive on the Mako Scary, though. That's a lot of uptime for Assertive. 1-2 punch, I think, might be the most notable awakening, though, in terms of obvious impact, because that core speed's going to be so easily enabled from Miriamag.
And this is a Mako, right? Mako's slow. She really struggles to get to those corners. to defend the fast shots that are going to come out from Miramax now, and that might mean that that's just one more opportunity for PLX to snipe away a goal, and that, given so far that they're in the lead, they're already kind of in the winning position. I think that might be something that's going to be a huge problem for the side of NBS.
Well, they do have a win condition, right? Striker Kai is massive. That guy is bigger than every single other player on the field. And if Striker Kai can win every strike war and dribble the core up and score, that's a win condition.
True. That being said, I feel like any sort of advantage that Striker Kai is going to get might be immediately met with some damage. We're already seeing some come out. Look at Miramax just forcing down the core flip here. Striker Kai forced the blow up, but he's only going to send her right in the astral projection here of the Atlas, limping away with his wounds, buying a little bit of time here for the side of PLX to make their offense. Flip comes out from Miramax, unfortunately not the angle he wants, not going to find that final goalie barrier as we get in overtime here. Flip coming out from shape shifting, gets it clear, gets it to his forwards. Now going to be Striker Kai taking off the pitch. Alter potentially not too soon to follow. An unfortunate strike time means that's going to be an open net, and Josh finds himself at the right place at the right time to intercept that bounce, and that's going to be kind of an easy point for the side of PLX.
Yeah, really well played from Josh. That was not an easy strike to make in that situation. Reaching that took quite a bit of aim, but it was cleanly scored, and securing these points has been a little bit difficult for PLX, right? They've often gotten the barriers, but it's often taken them quite a while to actually score the goal itself, so a goal like that is really, really good for them. And good on Josh for enabling that. Uh-oh, bit of miscommunication again, an own barrier, big opportunity for Striker Kai perhaps. But again, Striker Kai is incredibly low.
Yeah, just any opportunity that Striker Kai might have to actually get in those strike war opportunities just immediately taken away by the damage. I mean, look how safe he has to play. It doesn't even matter. Going to be taken off the pitch regardless of whatever plans he had here on the defense. Now Striker Alter forced to run back, but that black hole spawning is going to mean that that rotation isn't going to be possible. Assertive going to be left on her own loadsome here. Striker Kai finally going to come back, but that's a Miramax with Flip with the pull, the crooked leverage, going to send the core his way. Does eventually get cleared, but still so claustrophobic. The Flip not out in time, and things are looking a little bit scary here for NBS. PLX are on the prowl, and they're looking for a rematch.
They're getting really, really close. All they need is one more goal, and Shapeshifting has the defensive insurance. One barrier already taken by NBS, though. They're not going down without a fight. Still pushing forward to Striker Alter, but an important strike war by Miramax. But the ensnare drums from Assertive, the star player of NBS in these playoffs. Not quite enough, though, to keep the team alive, and so yet again a power play, and NBS are looking like they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Striker Kai, not too long, has some evade to work with, but that might not mean anything here in just a second. Nope, there he goes. A critical trade here from Alter, though. That being said, no pummeler's value found so far. The Mako, though, could have provided that move speed in the meantime. Now, Black Hole about to spawn here, makes this 2v2 a little bit awkward, though, as the power play ends for both teams here. Crooked leverage, not able to find the core control that Miramax wants. Striker Kai almost sent off the pitch here by the top spin, but Alter now finds the opportunity to score a perfectly executed Flame Flurry. Means that there's nothing Shape could do in that situation. NBS, 1 point, though, after it all looked over.
Yeah, to get it done, they keep themselves alive, but there's still such a mountain to climb here. Josh will start up the offense, and it looks like a PLX world, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Alter and Kai in a familiar situation. Going to be taken off the pitch. Alter not long to follow, and Assertive finds herself in a 1v3 yet again. A valiant effort going to be stopped by the Atlas, and there's just too much pressure, too many projectiles, too many redirects from PLX, and overall it looks PLX had the plan, they executed it, and NBS could only watch in horror. PLX find themselves rematching the PP Legends here in Grands.
Well deserved, well played from PLX. NBS had some bright moments, though, and they should be happy, at least somewhat, with a third place finish here. Unfortunately, it will not bring the same benefits in the qualifying circuit, but it is still a podium finish after all in the North American Strikers Academy.
Yeah, we're in that spot on Liquipedia. Get your clout, get your, the relevancy rating up. Take that, and that's, podium finish in NASA, no easy feat. a lot of wonderful teams, right, have lost their footing along the way, and so NBS should go home with their heads held high. But I think we're going to turn towards the future right now, right? PPL versus PLX, the grand finals that I think everyone was expecting a little bit, as these two monstrous NASA teams are going to face off here to take the cup home. That being said, I think that's going to be it from me and Saya. I really like that NASA playoffs is kind of our last event of NASA season 5, or NAS season 5, and makes us look towards the future a little bit, and we'll see what both these hotshot teams have to offer for us in grands.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some new casters for the grand finals of the North American Strikers Academy. Will PPL be able to do it, or will PLX make it so that 2 teams have ever won NASA? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I swear I said that already.
Sweet.
Now things are getting exciting.
How do you not score?
Wait a second, Fireman is how you don't score.
Keep it coming, team.
You're off and trying to find a play and a great kick of block.
And once again, I've cleaned house.
Aw, what happened? Were you glitching out?
Hello and welcome back to NASA Season 5. We are here. We are at the end. Grand finals are upon us. I'm here with Sloth. We got PLX and PPL rematching from just a little bit earlier once again. And we are about to get into it. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. It's a rematch from earlier, right? We've seen that the series was already delivering. It did feel like PPL had a little bit of an upper hand there. So it's going to be interesting to see if PLX is going to have a different approach this time to bring them down, because they have quite a task ahead of them, right? If PLX is playing to win it all, they need to win this series and then win a reset. And you can already see that in the map draft. They changed approach a little bit because we're going to have an Oni Village for our game too. Not really a map that we see quite often being played out. So excited to see. But first of all, we have a night market game ahead of us, right?
Yeah, I don't think we saw Oni Village at all yesterday, and so we will see it in some capacity here. Yeah, PPL has not dropped a series the entire season, so they have a chance. They were close against PLX just a little bit ago, but they have a chance to complete a fully undefeated season, which would be quite the accomplishment. But first, they have to get through this first night market game, and yeah, PLX has given them a good fight, I think, both times that they've played, and especially earlier. It's going to be the same rosters for both teams. But yeah, starting on Night Market, which is PPL's pick. And then, yeah, I am really interested for when we get to that second map to see what PLX has planned for Oni Village.
Yeah, most definitely. But I feel like for going into Night Market, so what kind of picks are we expecting? I feel like we're going to see, again, like as we always have recently, we're going to see a Pryon now, Asher. We're going to see prize on Makos. We're going to see prize on Atlab. And we do see the draft now as well. A Dren Rush Deadeye. Okay, could be funny. We see a Luna and a Finny. Yo, I'm kind of happy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we didn't have the draft up yet, that I would be expecting Miri to be on one of Asher or Julie. But completely different draft for them this time. Yeah, with the Deadeye and the Ad Rush start, you kind of have to mix it up, and that's gonna, foster some change in here. And yeah, completely different draft from what we saw before, and we have quite the game ahead of us.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how these two team comps will mesh against each other as well, right? Because you have the Now together with the Luna and the Finny. That's a lot of damage output just because of Deadeye, and Now is going to be able to control the midfield quite well there as well. And on the other hand, you're just having a big walls in a way, right? You have the Asher and the Rune and the Kai, all really difficult to really get through and really hard, really strong at controlling the area and playing to control for that area. So I feel like it's kind of with this draft on the side of PLX's duty in a way to find these KOs, to find that KO pressure before PPL will inevitably just force the core through their defenses.
Yeah, just so feast or famine. They have to find these power plays. So far, Miri doing good dribbling, finds that first barrier, dribbles it now again, and gets some support from the secondary, finds the second one, so they have the goal open early, and shapeshifting from downtown finds the first KO for PLX. So if that's what they're going for, they found one quick now. Miri dribbling ahead, trying to find it. Josh has the secondary, sends it down, trying to win these strike wars, but Fiery doing a great job on defense like we saw on that point earlier with the disconnect from last series. But shapeshifting now, trying to defend in this corner, and is able to that time. Josh doing a great job layering strikes as well. So they found the KO, able to get both barriers down, but we'll see if they need to find another KO in order to score, as Fiery keeps pushing more and more pressure. Great strike war, won by shapeshifting there, but the Giga Blast sends it up to Fiery, and first goal for PPL.
And what precision on that Giga Blast as well, just getting it right past that Now primary and just into Fiery's hands. The side of PLX not necessarily being positioned in it in time to deal with it. But we're going to go into this next point. We do have quite a bit of energy on Josh here as well. Is going to have a flip available soon. Can try to use it here. And Fiery's just taking so much damage. Just really seeing that strength of that Finny Deadeye come into play. Mirmek trying to make use of that Luna Brawler here as well to get that damage out. But they can't quite find the KO on Fiery. And that's what PPL is hoping for, right? Those KOs to not translate the way that PLX wants them to.
Yeah, good evade from Fiery there on the primary, but then the Luna ultimate does get him. He's able to get back and get an orb, but being staggered, being thrown around in the middle, gonna have to make great use of the middle to not die, not give those ad rush procs. Although interestingly, Josh is the only one with the adrenaline rush, so everyone else just going for pure damage with the Deadeye. But either way, these power plays can be really important. Even game state here as we're nearing overtime, and no KOs able to be found for PLX yet. That time almost, but Fiery being sent out. Now Mirimeg able to finish him off. The Rune Pillar is just a little bit too late, so the goal is open. Dribbled down by the Finny ultimate now. The secondary providing support as well, but Josh not quite able to get it past the Rune just yet. Banish stalls the play out further, and now Fiery is back. The primary from Shapeshifting sends it with some speed, but Shapeshifting with full bar does take the orb away from Josh, so Josh is going to stay staggered for just a bit, but still alive. And just both sides playing great defense, getting staggered, but keeping their cool so far.
Yeah, and the flip comes out from Mirrormaker as well, but it's immediately being caught by Bloom as the core now will take the second barrier on PLX's defense here as well. Flip has to come out from Shapeshifting to clear the situation, but PPL just again ready to respond, ready to get the core up. Damage being pumped into Fiery here, has to be careful due to no evades on this Asher as well, so very, very dangerous game to be playing here, but PPL holding on defensively quite well and just making it so difficult for the side of PLX to really get an attack going as Fiery finds the strike and the gap in the defense from PLX to get a 2-0 lead in this set.
Yeah, Shapeshifting just caught placing the ult, was trying to prepare for something exactly like that happening, but it was just a little bit too late. So even though a lot of KO, a lot of potential here for PLX, they've been executing their plan somewhat, but just haven't been able to quite finish the goals as Bloom pushes all the way up with these momentum boots. Average Alex hanging around the midfield line, getting the speed gates, and Bloom fully invested in the offense in a way that maybe the Finny's not able to.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like it's getting more increasingly difficult for the side of PLX to play it now, actually, because PPL is just being so difficult to deal with in the way that they're just shutting down this midfield control with that Rune on Alex and with Bloom playing a rather aggressive Kai as well with those Mom Boots. Because even though they can find damage and they can find KOs, in the end they cannot find the barriers because they also don't really have a very consistent way of forcing it, as a beautiful Giga from Bloom will actually find the KO there for a power play in favor of PPL, and the Path Splitter from Fiery will secure the KO and the goal. 1-0 in sets in favor of PPL.
Yeah, as you were talking there, I was about to say so much energy on the side of PLX and the potential to score, but instead 2 went down to the Giga and the Path Splitter respectively. So 2 of them go down. It's a 3-0 for PPL despite some competitive points. And what are you looking at in this draft?
I mean, if I am PPL, I'm looking for survivability, so Big Fish gives some more HP to the Asher, and size, which is also very valuable. Among Titans is going to help with Rune with a little bit of repositioning and being ever so present across the map. The missile prop an important deny off of the Luna, right? Because there's already so much damage output coming out from the side of PLX. They want to continue picking up damage, because if they don't get more damage, it's going to get even harder as the game progresses, because PPL will continue to scale and will continue to get more survivability. So that missile prop pickup from Loom, very important there. Also really good for Kai to get even more KOs. Do not underestimate it. Deadeye Missile Propulsion Kai Giga Blast. That can take you out very fast.
And also you're seeing that among Titans, not just for Alex, but for Fiery, as all that size controlling the bottom side at the start of that point, and then finding a KO now. Just so hard to get it around that Asher with all that size. A great save backwards by Shapeshifting with the secondary. The pillar unfortunately blocks it a little bit in, and Miri winning some strike cores, but not quite able to find it. And like you said, that Deadeye missile prop takes Miri down from so far away from the edge. Just the Giga is able to do it. Fiery now trying to push ahead, make use of this power play. The Vanish from Average Alex doesn't find anything yet, but Josh did a good job stalling in the midfield just enough for Miri Meg to come back. Josh pushing to the corner now, has the flip, but the pillar is there, a little bit too predictable on the timing, and Average Alex is able to help on defense. Josh now wins the strike war, gets it ahead to Miri, but it just feels like Average Alex that among Titans is absolutely everywhere, sending it ahead to Fiery now. Good primary forward by Shapeshifting, is able to get that in the ult, saves it in the top corner now. Miri trying to dribble ahead, trying to find this last barrier. Finally, as we hit overtime, the core speed does send it up to the top, but Miri Meg misses the dash. Shapeshifting now down a few cooldowns, but they are able to stall the play out. But Bloom just sitting back with this energy burst, but doesn't use it that time, so they do have the goal open, but slowly the core gets past both of them and goes into the top side.
Yeah, Shapeshifting not using that strike shot correctly. They're letting the core go past, and you can see the kind of differing playstyles, right, that we mentioned at the beginning of one team wants to find KOs and play through those, and the other team will just continue to stay alive, continue to force the core through you. And as it stands right now, PLX is not finding those crucial KOs, not finding that pressure that Luna and that Finny together can put onto the field. And then you're just met with an Asher in a Finny 1v1. And that's just so incredibly difficult to play out for the Finny properly. And again, not to mention the Rune, Alex, doing such a good job in that midfield as well to just have those pillars down and shut down any kind of attack the moment it comes out. So PPL really playing towards their team comp's win con here and doing such a good job at it.
Yeah, the barrage from Bloom with that missile propulsion gets it in now for an offensive opportunity, and Fiery's primary just barely catches that clear from Shapeshifting. Opens up the goal. Miribeg with the flip, maybe had an angle, but waited just a little bit too long, and Bloom is able to defend it, and now Average Alex with the pillar right in front of Shapeshifting. He didn't even strike into it, but the core just rolled in there, and it's a 5th goal in a row for PPL.
And that is the strength of that Rune pick, right? It is such a great character at making mix-up plays like that. Just completely catching Shapeshift off guard there. Very well executed from Alex. But we're going now, again, into another point. It is a 2-0 lead again for PPL here. So PLX, I think, still looking for that first goal in this series. They do need to find a different kind of approach, maybe start playing it a little bit differently, because what they've been playing so far has not been working.
Yeah, good job by Miribeg in the corners, able to open the goal early once again. They hadn't found that in quite a while. Ult from Finny tries to send up a pass to Miribeg, but instead it goes right to Maloom, who's able to clear it out. Shapeshifting now, pressured a bit by Fiery. All that size, so hard to get it around her, and the secondary ends up sending it backwards. A really well-timed strike by Fiery. The flip now from Shapeshifting does get it ahead. Miri trying to beat this Kai, but just so many cooldowns, the lack of pressure. Clear. Average Alex now pushing ahead. The threat of the pillar is there, but Shapeshifting stays cool, able to save it that time. Now, down cooldowns, and this time it's Josh who strikes into the pillar. Average Alex was ready for that, and it's 2 quick sets for PPL.
2 quick sets and 2 convincing sets, and as they win more sets, this puts it in, makes it a really difficult situation for PLX, right? Because you're now going into this draft again. You're looking at Spark of Resilience, you're looking at peak performance, more survivability for the side of PPL to deal with that damage that's being put out. And even if you don't want that, stacks on stacks, great for movement speed, great to, again, keep that pressure up. Rapid fire finding its way down to Maloom here as well. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. And even if PLX can find a momentum change, can find a way to win this set, there's going to be another draft that will likely go in favor of PPL. And even if they find another one, there's going to be another draft. So PLX very much in an uphill battle right now.
Yeah, and some of the hope was maybe in Miri Meg getting a huge spark build, but all three of the other ones showed up there. So that does mean that Miri was able to get a second spark now, has the focus and the power, but still no more potential scaling with that. Gonna just have to be more damage, and yeah, more survivability found. Now, great defense played and shapeshifting with the strike shot, gets it past everyone, punishes the aggression from Bloom just a little bit, who's now hanging back with the goal open. The pillar from Average Alex sends it up, not quite able to get it. Josh trying to get it around Fiery. A great player from Shapeshifting does get it around, but a Giga Blast once again. They can kill from so far away, but Miri Meg off the corner into the middle finds the first goal for PLX in this map.
What an angle it was. That was incredibly difficult for Reed for Bloom there, so not surprised that that did end up going in, but it is a little bit of momentum in favor of PLX here, but that immediately gets shut down with a great banish from Alex to secure his first barrier here. The attack now mounting though for PLX. They do try to take the second barrier here as well. Will find it. A lot of pressure coming out. You can also see Shapeshifting really assisting in that forward pressure, moving up so much, making use of that Finny as well, being that pressure to assist on the front side of the court, as it is just so difficult for Luna and then now to consistently force it through a Kai and Rune defense. As a flip comes out, nothing being found off of it yet though. Fiery getting an attack going, flipping in front of the barrier as well, not finding the barrier though. Great banish takes out 2 of PLX here. Josh has a flip, might need to use it, will end up using it here. Miri Meg trying to get the redirect there, but misses the dash ever so slightly. Crater Maker coming out, but not really getting in touch with the core here, as again the core goes back and forth. A lot of damage on the side of PPL here, but they do again have the core pressure and they can find the strikes and can find the goal to even out this set.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if Fiery won that strike war or if Josh sent it back up and Shape wasn't ready, but either way the goal goes in. Yeah, it seemed like PLX had a lot of pressure once again at the start of that. Looked like maybe they were finding something, but a great double banish from Alex is able to find it now. Josh controlling the speed gate, trying to push ahead, Shapeshifting, trying to get it ahead to him as well. The ult here might find a barrier, does find one, but still more work to do. Just so many strikes going on and so hard to get it around Fiery, who just keeps closing in. Almost had a chance for a double there, but not quite. But just great ability and strike layering from PLX so far. This point is able to keep it open, but as I say that, the primary just nowhere to go for Shapeshifting with all that size on the Asher, but now they do find a KO. Adrenaline rush for Josh. A lot of damage found and so much energy on the side of PLX. This feels like a point that they'll have to get to keep some momentum up, but a great banish from Alex does stall out the power play for now. And a Giga Blast sent down the Rune Pillar as well. Not sure which one even hit it. Looks like it was Bloom off of the pillar. And a heartbreaking second point in this set, and now just one more needed for PPL to find the map.
One more needed, but PLX do have 2 flips available to themselves here, so they can get a play going with this. The flip does come out to get the second barrier there as well. Great setup from the side of PLX as they're now trying to translate this into a goal, but again, the side of PPL just doing a good job holding it defensively. Fiery's taking a lot of damage, so needs to be careful about positioning to not get caught close to edges. You can see it in Miri Meg's positioning as well, just being ever so aware of that Luna dash and of that KO ability for the Luna here. They're gonna try to find it, but Fiery holding themselves around the middle here, making it increasingly more difficult for the side of PLX to actually find this KO.
Yeah, just doing such a great job of staying alive. Now Miri dashes ahead, finds the stun, and then wins the strike war follow-up. So a lot of energy used, and Miri Meg is the one that ends up getting that now. Josh and Miri Meg close to flips, and not a ton of energy on the side of PPL, so if there's any chance for PLX to get back into this game, obviously it has to be this point to extend it, and they're in good position, but the first flip doesn't get anything. In fact, sends it backwards, and now Fiery, so much pressure on this side, and Josh goes down. Bloom with the perfect support with the barrage there. Miri now gonna have to use the flip defensively in the corner, and it's just fallen apart so far for PLX, but they are still alive. The pillar closes off some of the angles, and Fiery with the barrier beam is able to find it. 3-0 for PPL in map 1.
Really just a checkmate situation there for Shapeshifting. Not a lot you can do. You can't really play it into the pillar. It's going to get sent back to you. But if you try to go up, there's an Asher right there as well. PPL being extremely suffocating in the way they played out the series, and just really showing why they have been finding so much success in NASA, why they have been winning basically every single series and rarely been dropping games, as they go for a 9-2 game here.
Yeah, and despite PLX being the ones going for KOs, going for damage, they ended up being out KO'd by Fiery and Maloom, especially those Giga Blasts with the Deadeye with the missile propulsion were so much. Maloom and Average Alex actually completely even in redirects and just showing how balanced that offense was for them, showing why they haven't dropped a series all season. And we'll see as we get now to PLX's pick of Oni Village. Obviously, going to be a much different situation. But we'll see what they're able to do. But PPL still looking like an undefeated team.
Yeah, most definitely. And I do wonder what kind of drafting approach both teams will be going for here, because Oni Village is not really a map you see quite often, right? So there's the chance you might see a wacky pick every once in a while, right? A pick that might not be successful on other maps that can specifically work well on an Oni Village. So I'm curious to see what teams have been cooking up, if there's anything different that teams might want to take advantage of here, or if we're just going to go back to something like an Asher Now. Although personally, I don't think Asher Now is really that strong on a map like Oni Village.
Yeah, and you could also see Asher in the goalie role. We saw Shapeshifting play it earlier to some success, and I think it is a strong pick there. It will be interesting because Maloom usually does play these ranged picks for what they go for their team comp, especially in the goalie role. I don't know if they were expecting to play Oni Village because, like we said, it just in North America especially, you don't see it played a lot. So not sure if they have like a strong plan for this, but they're good enough players and they all have long character pools that I think they'll be able to find something. But obviously PLX going for it. They didn't play it in the first series today, so trying to switch it up just like they did in game 1. And we'll see if it's successful this time.
Yeah, and you just do really hope to see them find success in this. And we have our awakenings here with a rapid fire heavy impact. We're looking at low cooldowns all around, and the rapid fire is enabling quite a few picks here. I might even be seeing a rune pickup from Alex again. I feel like it has a lot of value on a map like Oni Village as well. I'm not quite sure if that's going to go through the ban phase or if that's going to be able to be picked up there. But Rune definitely a character that can take great advantage of a rapid fire as well. Other than that, obviously everyone loves themselves a little bit of a rapid fire. Heavy impact, on the other hand, being a great brawler awakening as well. So I'm curious to see where the priorities will lie for both of the teams here.
Yeah, and the heavy impact also enabling that that now that we did talk about, so that could be something interesting to see. Yeah, I think Rune is really polarized, where I know some Rune players who love playing it on this map and some who hate it. So yeah, I think the rapid fire makes it interesting for what you choose to ban. PLX will ban the Atlas, which is interesting. I think it kind of forces PPL to either first pick that Mako, which I don't think Maloom quite wants to play as much, but instead they'll go for the Rasmus and then probably, I would imagine, pick the Mako themselves here. And yeah, Rasmus and Kazan both being gone as the brawler picks means you're going to have to be in something worse. But no, PLX actually going for Kai Estelle could be either direction there, really.
Yeah, Estelle, not really a character that you see picked up quite often, but a character that does especially well on a map like Oni Village as well, right? Open map, very varying angles to be playing for. That piercing shot will be able to interrupt quite a bit of course as well, and rapid fire being a great awakening for her. The Kai also very much a solid pickup for the side of PLX here. I am curious what their brawler choice will be in the end, because it is, like you mentioned, the Kazan and the Rasmus are out, and after that you do have quite a difficult choice to make of what you're going to be playing, as we're seeing a Rune Octavia pickup on the side of PPL here. I'm not even quite sure where each character goes here, personally.
I know Maloom has played Rune goalie quite a few times in NASA, so it looks like it will be the Rune, which is interesting on Oni Village just because the barriers are so wide. It can be difficult if you don't get that creation size, but yeah, really interesting comp. And then rounding it out, putting Mary Meg on the Zentaro, which we saw a lot last week, and to success, not obviously not on Oni Village, but Mary Meg comfortable on that pick. And yeah, with the Rasmus and the Kazan gone, it makes sense. But yeah, really interesting comp from PPL, especially here, going with I assume the Rune goalie.
Yeah, Rune goalie I feel like does have its place on Oni Village, right? Because even though it is a larger barrier, usually the attacks come either from straight above or from the bottom of the speed lanes, or the top, depending on which barrier you're playing from. And Rune with the pillars has a really good tool to defend against something like that. You just pillar off the exact edge of the barrier there. You can play against it pretty well, and that rapid fire will enable more uptime on those pillars as well. But I do feel like he does need something like a Castellast or a Timeless to really maximize his value on those pillars to really keep that up permanently. Because as it is on a baseline, I do believe there are still gaps in between that can be forced through. And Rune without his pillars is essentially just a strike bot. So it's going to be interesting to see how Bloom will be approaching this Rune goalie pick, but I do not dislike it at all.
Yeah, and if they do go with Kai in the goalie role and Estelle in the midfield, which is what I assume, I think Estelle will struggle. You know, the lack of multi-hits against those pillars will make it more difficult, where even if the pillar doesn't fully form, as long as it gets it out once, Estelle can struggle to have another hit to get it through. So I think Bloom probably was planning on picking that anyway, but especially because you're against the Estelle, I think it is a strong pick here. And, you know, maybe even you could consider switching those, but I think Estelle goalie would just struggle a little bit too much here. So we'll see. If I think shapeshifting, assuming he's on the Kai, is probably going to have to push up and really help with those multi-hits to get it through the Rune.
Yeah. Also, another funny little, you can almost call it a mini game whenever you go up against Rune goalie, is how you're dealing with the pillars properly, right? Because Mirrormeg has the opportunity to really mess up that timing on Bloom with those pillars by just positioning very aggressively and not giving that space for the pillars to come down. But that is obviously forcing your hand with where you can position on this Centauro. And I'm just mentioning this specifically because both, as you said, Estelle doesn't have an easy time going through those pillars, and Centauro doesn't really have a great time either. So if I am PLX here, I'm going to look to find ways that these pillars don't even come out in the first place. So you need to find the proper positioning for it to not give Bloom that freedom to get those pillars down.
Yeah, and usually that means just standing on the goalie. But on Oni Village, it feels so difficult to expect Josh and Shapeshifting to consistently get the core up. So that'll be a really interesting fight for Miri to try to get rid of those pillars. As we are in here, Josh now is able to find the first one with some support from Shapeshifting, who does have the eject button. So we'll see how much he's able to help with good strike layering from Average Alex and Bloom are able to keep that second barrier up. As we have diagonal barriers here, typical Oni Village setup, as Shapeshifting able to survive that with the barrage. The ultimate now sends it ahead, and Average Alex with a lot of pressure, and Josh that time had the primary upwards and it ended up finding it. Now keeping that flow state up is Average Alex, getting damaged a little bit, but a great pass down to Fiery, who's able to find it into the corner, and Shapeshifting, no barrage to defend that one.
Yeah, and what a beautiful pass play as well there, just making use of what the gaps that PLX had in their positioning there, playing through essentially the entire team there and taking advantage of it. Well executed from the side of PPL here. But the play does continue though. Mirrormeg immediately takes two barriers. It can happen on Only Village quite often to get one of those nice angles to get both of them out. But the goal is not translated quite yet though, as a barrier will be taken in return from PPL as the attack is continuing to be pushed on. They are getting the core out now as Josh walks up, has a flip as well. Cannot use it, does use it in the end, but the pillar just really being that nuisance to be dealing with, as I cannot get it through Bloom there. But the KO is being found by Mirrormeg here, making use of that heavy impact Zentaro being that KO threat. And there's no pillars in your way if there's no Rune on the map.
Yeah, and every time they're able to find a double barrier like that, it feels like if you're not able to give the Rune time to set up, that will be a key way that they can find some of these points, and they were able to convert that time, especially with the KO on Bloom, which, you know, if you're able to get that consistently, that's going to be huge. But on Oni Village, I don't think you can ever count on it. Bloom doing a good job pressuring with these pillars once again, and Shapeshifting being pressured by the Rasmus, which can be so hard to clear against on this map. Now Josh pushing ahead, trying to find it, but just running into those Rune pillars once again as Bloom continues to push up. Average Alex with the pass to Fiery. Josh and Mirrormeg trying to find the connection, but Mirrormeg looks like trying to stand a little further back to get rid of those pillars, but that time not able to. Almost had the angle for a double, but Bloom, just that rapid fire. So many pillars are up all the time, and Mirry's not able to find it, just the one. So we're back to the game state of one barrier on each diagonal side. Mirrormeg now trying to find a KO on Average Alex, who has the core flip as they begin to push in. But now it's Mirrormeg who is the one that gets KO'd, and it's going to be a power play for PPL.
The flip comes out from Alex here as well, gets answered by Shapes. Flip as well though, but the core is not fully cleared out yet. It does even out a little bit. Miramac back on the field now. Josh flips as well. They try to find the second barrier here, but they cannot do it in time. A lot of damage being put out by Miramac though. Again, the Centauro is a strong character when it comes to damage, and when he's not being taken out himself, as Average Alex is also down to being staggered. Josh finds the barrier due to Bloom misplacing that pillar, and the flip does come out. KO being found again though. A consistent power play for the side of PLX here. And they need to continue to play off of these power plays. They need to continue to find this pressure as the piercing shot comes out, takes Loom with the core into the goal. Well executed now for the side of PLX.
Yeah, and I think that was 4 or 5 KOs in that 1 point for PLX. So even though it is Oni Village, not typically seen as a KO map, you know, either way, it is heavy impact Centauro. And, you know, against the Octavia with no survivability yet, and against the Rune, they are still finding those KOs. So if that can be the recipe for success, you know, maybe not something you typically rely on Oni Village, but so far Miri's been able to do a great job, and great strike layering from PLX is able to keep that alive. Shapeshifting now with the eject button pushes up a bit and is able to keep it out of Fiery's hands. Now a pass ahead to Mirimeg as the banish does miss, so he's able to get this offensive pressure. No pillars quite set up yet, and that one does go away. Mirimeg now a lot of energy on the side of PLX as well, as Shapeshifting is able to get the pass down, and Josh is able to defend. A great pass around the corner and almost a goal off the flip for Mirimeg, but not quite. The pillar was there that time. Fiery now is Shapeshifting the one finding himself a little bit low. Fiery low as well, but the ult from Josh is able to get the core ahead. Now it gets past, and Shapeshifting does go down this time. So a lot of KOs on each side, and the core flip not found in time from Josh there, as Fiery finds the second goal, and we're going to a 0.5.
PPL finds the point to even it out, but I do want to point out the excellent use of Shapeshifting there with that eject button, really making that pressure on Loom's defensive side there, because Rune will struggle on an open goal. Getting those barriers is the top priority here, because Rune's not the best at defending an open goal with those pillars. One barrier is now down though on the side of PLX, and the second one will follow suit, as PPL is now going to try to get an attack going. Flip coming out from Loom here. They do drop one barrier, but they do still need to get the second one, as now the core is gonna bounce back and forth. There isn't the attack going actually, as Fiery gets a beautiful pendulum swing to get the first set for PPL.
And despite the barrage going out, it just didn't quite catch the right timing to save that one. It hit the first beat, I believe, but still into the primary, and it goes in. So a lot of good things, I think, found for PLX on their map pick, you know, finding a lot of KOs there, but it is PPL who find that first set. And you do see, you talked about earlier, both Cast to Last and Timeless Creator, and they both show up here.
Yeah, that Timeless Creator is going to be rather annoying to deal with now, because if Loom gets those pillars down, they're going to stick around for a while, and once one pillar is down, you can follow suit with a second one due to rapid fire, due to your secondaries as well. So rather difficult to deal with. I feel very weird looking at a draft and seeing Hotshot not go onto any player though.
Yeah, and if you look at the 3 that PLX took, it's maybe the 3 best awakenings you could have on Octavia. So even though they lost that set, so much of Octavia's miss showed up that they might be in really good position here. And they do find the KO on Octavia, who wasn't able to get that Stagger Striker, not able to get the Cast Last or anything. And great offense, great passing here. And Mirimeg hits up into the primary from Josh, who finds it. So a great point for PLX there. And they finally have a lead in a set in this series.
Yeah, and you're able to see it right there, right? The second barrier dropped, and immediately the attack was just so much more lethal as well. PLX do need to get those barriers, but again, you can see it. Bloom just puts down those pillars, and you just can't play through the bottom at all. It just immediately gets met with a wall, and that's just so difficult to deal with, because at that point, you need to play around the pillars. And what happens if you play around the pillars? You're hitting it into a flow state Octavia, which is also not where you really want to be hitting the core here. But a KO will be found on Fiery here, as now the advantage play will come out for PLX. They are going to try to get the second barrier, but will not be able to do so just yet, as they're holding the core, holding the control here. But again, those pillars will come out, and those pillars are going to be so difficult to force through.
Yeah, now all of PLX forced back to play defense. Great Giga from Shapeshifting, and the strike is able to find it. And now nothing found with the flip from Average Alex, who's completely without stagger, a little bit low, but does get the orb and is able to stay alive for now. We'll see if they're able to KO him again, as they were in that first point, and that really set up the play. Josh now able to control the corner, and a great clear from Shapeshifting. He's able to get away from the primary of Fiery. Shapeshifting now trying to send it ahead with the Giga, is able to that time, but Bloom setting up these Timeless Creator pillars, also has a core flip of his own, so just no real risk of getting it yet. Josh now with the pass ahead to Mirimeg, they do force out the flip that time, and Josh, his own flip is matched by Fiery, so not able to find anything yet, but Average Alex is staggered now and low on energy.
His stagger needs to make sure that he does not get taken out here as well, as the core goes back and forth. An attack from Mirimeg will actually find the barrier. A beautiful stun from Josh will be able to enable that, as now Bloom has to defend an open goal. Not very easy for the Rune to do. Core is bouncing back and forth. PLX still largely in control of it though. They're just really trying to get a clean attack angle on Bloom here, as Mirimeg walks up, uses the ultimate, holds the core for a little bit, and finds the time angle right past the pillar into the goal. And Bloom using that secondary a little bit wrongly there with the timing, as Mirimeg will punish it almost immediately.
Yeah, it looked like the only possible spot to strike to get it out of the range of Bloom and away from that pillar. What a strike to find that there as we were nearing overtime. PLX now found the first 2 points in this one. They're pushing ahead. Shapeshifting with the barrage from all the way on the other side is able to find that, so they have the goal open again, and they have Average Alex staggered again. The flow state's up but goes down rather quickly. Mirimeg pushing ahead now. A great pass back to the goalie, is able to find it, and Mirimeg does find the KO as it goes down. Bloom with the teleport down, but just no way to cover that bottom side, and it's a 3-0 set for PLX.
An important set to be found here, and Mirimeg is going to get that first pick in this Awakening draft as well. Curious what is going to be able to be picked up here. An Explosive Entrance might actually be quite a nice tool for Mirimeg to pick up here, together with the Twin Drive, and more damage on the impacts as well might enable a little bit more damage. And on top of that, it would also be a deny off of the Octavia, but never mind, I just saw Primetime. You're not giving Primetime Rapids to this rune.
Yeah, with the Timeless Creator as well would just be too much to deal with. And so Octavia, like we talked about in that last draft, so much showing up for her means she's able to get Explosive Entrance here. That speed will help, but no survivability at all shows up for her. The Catalyst was taken by Josh, and I think this Glass Cannon on Shapeshifting will also be able to help. You know, a lot of those barriers have been the passing plays between Josh and Shapeshifting especially. So I think PLX, even though they lost that first set, so much has gone right for them, and they were able to get that second set, and now the Awakening's just really in their favor. And if they're able to consistently KO Average Alex, it'll be in a great position for them, as they do find him almost staggered once again.
Yeah, that damage will just continue to come out here. But a great banish will actually take out 2 of PLX here out of the play, allowing an attack to be built from the side of PPL here. Alex again, though, being low. Bloom playing a very aggressive rune here as well, making sure that the pressure is still being kept up, even though Alex does need to position pretty carefully. Mirimeg now down being staggered, almost taken out, but the angle not quite being found for the KO there, as Shapeshifting is holding off to the defense, though, not really giving anything on that barrier. Mirimeg does fall in the end due to the secondary from Fiery, but the TP away from Loom will drop this barrier, as there's now a power play for the side of PPL, but they have lost the barrier in the process of it. Will find a barrier now, though, to even it up, and now we have 2 open goals. Difficult to really execute for both sides, but never mind, Fiery finds the secondary to hit it past Shapeshifting.
Yeah, Rasmus showing why it's such a coveted pick on that map. Just really nothing for them to do there with all the speed, the double sparks with agility, paying dividends for the Rasmus and Fiery here. Loom with the strike shots, able to set it down off the kickoff and able to get the first barrier of the point. Average Alex with the primary, almost able to find the second one, but good strike by Shapeshifting. But now Shapeshifting does go down to the Rasmus, who has that extra power, and the pillars from Loom are able to support as well. A great pass by Alex down to Fiery, is able to find a second point for PPL. So it's 3 in a row for PLX, but PPL responding right back.
Yeah, a huge pendulum swing for Fiery there, essentially just gutting the defensive side of PLX there and taking advantage of it almost immediately. And again, the coordination there as well to get that bottom barrier, great, but we are on Oni Village. One barrier doesn't really mean anything. The second one's usually the difficult one to get, as PLX will try to get an attack going, but again, another pendulum swing from Fiery will take the KO on Shapeshifting. Power play now in favor of PPL.
Yeah, and PLX using both core flips there just to stall out the time, but that means Josh does not have the evade to be able to beat that Rasmus primary. So even though both forwards are low, they're the ones with the goal open, and Bloom, if he's able to teleport in, does have this core flip Gonna have to use it either defensively or offensively, but trying to find this third point. Shapeshifting with the primary is able to clear that down, and Fiery is staggered here, so if there's a chance to bring this point back from what looked like a doomed situation, it's finding this KO, but they're still not able to. He's hanging out in the corner, and Shapeshifting with the barrage isn't able to get him. Josh now with the pass down, and they do finally find the KO. Bloom with the pillar is trying to disrupt this play, has a core flip as well, and the strike shot that time is able to stall out a lot of the time. Josh now sends it down to Mirimeg, the pass off the pillar, and another pillar gets it out, so the power play not able to find anything that time, as Fiery just going for these hit stuns on Shapeshifting over and over again. Mirimeg now with the primary, almost able to find it, but what a save by Bloom, and then the banish disrupts the play completely. Shapeshifting now passing it down, and didn't take the eject button back. The core speed just too much in overtime, and Bloom finds the third goal in the second set for PPL.
I really want to point out as well how well Bloom is playing this rune right here, because Rune has such a strong defensive power to himself, but if you're using those pillars further away from your goal as well, you're creating that defensive line even further away, which means it's so much more difficult to really set up an attack in the first place. Going into this draft here though, we do find actually the dash extension for Mirimeg now might assist quite a bit with that damage and with that mobility as well. Perfect form, a great pickup for Fiery as well. Among Titans, going to Alex is going to be massive though. That damage is going to be, not damage, that speed's going to be such a great tool for this Octavia.
Yeah, and it means Fiery also is able to get the size, even though he didn't take any himself. Was able to take the perfect form away from Mirimeg. So a big deny of damage there, but the Super Surge does mean that, you know, this Octavia still has not found any survivability, and you see getting damaged once again, but it just feels like they have to find that KO to be able to win these points and disrupt these plays. But Bloom has so many cooldowns that even when they do, it seems like it doesn't matter. But Miri, with the dash ahead, finds one barrier, almost finds a KO that time, and a great barrage from Shapeshifting will keep the barrier up as they try to find this KO. Pushing Average Alex now to the middle, but just has a lot of speed to be able to get away from this. Fiery with a great strike is able to disrupt that play, and Shapeshifting messes up his strike just a little bit, so the goal will get open. Miri now going to have to make use of this flip and tried to guess with the dash there, but Bloom sniffed it out, was able to get it to the other side. Josh now pushing ahead, and two flips on the side of PLX, but they're just not able to get close enough for them to have any real pressure.
Yeah, it's so difficult to really set up a flip, because as soon as you do use the flip as well, there's going to be a pillar just placed right in front of you. As one does come out now defensively, Mirimeg in front of the barrier will find the angle, will find the barrier as well. Open goal now on both ends, as PLX will try to get an attack going here. They get the core onto the side of PPL, but the most classic Centaur interaction will take out Mirimeg. Power play in favor of PPL here. Shapeshifting has a flip as well. If they need to use it, they do drop it in the end, as now the core is going red speed all over the place, but the core flies past Josh and goes into the goal 1-0 up in this potential last set of NASA in favor of PPL.
Yeah, PLX with a great hold by Josh and Shapeshifting, but then Josh just caught using the primary, looking for some damage, and the core went around while he was in the ability stun. Mirimeg, though, with a good start to this point. They need to find this set if they want to continue this season for them and for all of NASA now. Shapeshifting pushing ahead as Mirimeg finds himself staggered, but is able to pick up that orb. But Fiery, with so much power, is able to do so much damage, though. Shapeshifting able to get the goal open with a fantastically timed Giga Blast, able to get it past all of that. But Average Alex, just covering up so much space with all that speed, is able to get that second barrier now. Fiery dribbling ahead, but flipped away by Josh. The dash from Mirimeg not able to find anything, and a double banish means that Average Alex is maybe going to be able to set up a great offensive opportunity, but not quite. They're getting it away from him, and they do have him staggered, but they're just not able to finish off these KOs yet. Shapeshifting with the Giga Blast and great strike timing is able to get that ahead. Mirimeg now beats the pillar, able to dribble it down to the bottom side, goes for the KO on Average Alex, but Average Alex just staying alive this entire time has been crucial. Now, the pillar does send it back to Mirimeg and almost able to find it, but Alex with the dribbles is able to get it done. The pillar sends it back to him, but Mirimeg just trying to find the reads with these dashes, but they're able to clear it back out every time, it feels like.
Yeah, Josh and Shapeshifting doing such a good job of holding on to this defense, but that being this far back for Josh means they don't really have a great attack going against Bloom here. So we're kind of in a situation where both sides are just waiting for one team to miss a strike, and those crucial strikes, especially in a fast-paced match like this, are just so difficult to consistently land, but both sides will just continue to do it as Alex takes a lot of damage here. Might be a KO target for the side of PLX here. Thor does bounce back and forth. It does find its way into the middle. Shapeshifting has a flip as well, and so does Josh. Alex now down to being staggered as Mirimek almost finds the goal here as well, but Loom is able to get there in time. Loom has a flip as well if he does need to use it. But again, these pillars just being so oppressive, especially in an overtime where they just send them red almost immediately. Flip comes out from Josh as well. Ultimate from Mirimek will find the KO, and Loom has now power play in favor of PLX. They find a second KO. Great Giga Blast from Shapeshifting, and they even out this set.
Yeah, it felt like Average Alex was on the verge of KO, was able to stay alive for so long, but Shapeshifting and Josh were able to hold on long enough that they finally found the KOs, also found a random one on Loom, so they can continue to do that. Just fantastic defense and use of their abilities. I think this 1-2 punch for Shapeshifting also has meant that the core speed has been able to get it out and past Average Alex and Fiery a lot of this time. But a KO found on Josh means that Shapeshifting and Mirimeg are going to have to do it all on their own. The primary is able to beat it for now, and it's a good job of stalling so far, but the pillar now creates so much pressure, and Fiery with the Death Touch is able to find that second barrier now. Average Alex finding himself low once again, but Fiery has a core flip if Alex can get it to him in a good position. Shapeshifting having to send it away from him, but that means toward a pillar, but the perfectly timed barrage is able to neutralize that flip, and no energy and not a lot of stagger is found on either member of PPL. But Josh is the one that ends up going down, and all that KO pressure is gone as Shapeshifting clears up, and Fiery reads it perfectly with the primary.
And I just really want to point out how well Fiery is playing the series, right? Being so aware of those KO ranges, punishing that mispositioning, and using this Rasmus that is so strong on an Only Village to almost maximum capacity here. As another attack is being thrown at the side of PLX, the first barrier does drop. Mirimek has a flip available if he does need to use it. Will use it, but it just goes straight into a pillar. The most Sisyphus type of defense from Loom here, because it's so difficult for PLX to find something, but they do find the barrier and almost get the goal as well. Open goal now. Loom has a flip to his name as well if he does need to use it. Alex trying to get some kind of pressure onto Mirimek here. A nice push up from Josh will try to get it, but a well defended attack still from the side of PPL.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for PLX in this point, and if 1 point is found for PPL, that'll be the NASA championship for them. Mirimeg trying to get it past this, able to still retain possession of the core as Josh sends it ahead to him, but good coverage from Loom is able to get that, and Josh has to use the core flip, but just no pressure. So much coverage from PPL is able to be found. The Death Touch now sends it up, but Shapeshifting in a good position, far enough away from the Rasmus to not get stunned. Mirimeg now sends it off of the pillar, but they're able to get it done, and as the core slows down, Shapeshifting collects his nerves, is able to find that one, goes for the read with the Giga Blast, but doesn't find anything yet as Average Alex tries to keep this flow state up, sends the core flip down, doesn't have any energy, but no real KO potential found. Josh tried to get the read with the primary, but is not able to find it, and Fiery now with the flip is able to open it up. If PPL can find one more point, they'll be NASA champions here, as Bloom is able to hold on, has the core flip, pass up to Josh by Mirimeg, dash down to the bottom, doesn't find it, and Fiery looking a lot of pressure. Average Alex loses the flow state as Shapeshifting sends it up to Josh. The primary by Fiery going for the dribble. Just so much pressure, but Fiery ends up finding the strike to the top, a 2-0 by PPL, and they're able to complete the perfect season, and they win NASA Season 5.
PPL looking back at Season 2 of NASA, seeing that loss to PLX and saying, you know what, this time it's going to be different. This time we're going to take home the season, and they did just that. Really well executed in both of these games in the grand finals here. It really felt like PLX was just continuously playing this uphill battle, continuously trying to find a new angle, but there was just nothing to be found with PPL playing it the way they did. And it just got so difficult, right? Because if PLX didn't really find those cores, those attacks early on, and didn't find those goals and barriers, it just got increasingly more difficult, because now you're not only trying to get past the rune, you're trying to get past the rune in overtime. These cores are going to go so fast, and it's going to be so difficult to deal with. PPL really playing this out well.
Yeah, and they don't drop a single series the entire season. They're able to win this, and so PPL and PLX remain PPL and Chikar chatting. No, PPL is a new winner of NASA. Finally, there were only 2 before. Sorry, misspoke a little bit there. But PPL doesn't drop a single series all season and are able to take these grand finals. I think PLX wisely, like you said, it was such an uphill battle. They went to change it up with that damage composition in the first game and then taking it to Oni Village in this second one. But overall, they're just able to get it done. They have so many picks, and this time it was that Rune goalie, which just seemed so hard to get through.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like PPL just had such a great season overall, right? They were definitely the favorites coming into this, and they just showed why they would be the favorites in this matchup. PLX had a great run up until here as well. They did play well, but in the end, PPL proved to be a little bit too much of a difficulty to overcome. And what I really like with PPL here as well, they did it using their own picks. They didn't necessarily just go down the Mako Atlas route all the time, because they did pull out a Rune pick like here. They did pull out an Octavia pick as well, which is not necessarily a character that is being played by every single team here. So well executed from them and a deserving win of the season.
Yeah, similar to what we saw from Bozo Bunch, who unfortunately were not able to win it all. But yeah, just sticking to their own play style, not really just going for like the melee goalie, speed midfielder, and brawler setup that we've seen quite a bit. But, they're able to do it just with their own picks and such a unique composition in that last map, especially. So the Rune, the Octavia, we saw a lot of success from Octavia all playoffs in Nassel and in NASA. And they're able to find that last map. And yeah, I think PLX pushed them more than any team could, but really all season, it seemed like PPL were going to be the ones to get it done. And at the end of the season, they do take it home.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy to have seen more Omega Strikers gameplay. That just was great. And honestly, I'm still very happy to have seen Rune. I feel like Rune is such an underrated character as it stands right now as well. The PPL in both games, once on Loom, once on Alex, being able to pilot this character so well is definitely a great thing to be seen here.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll be able to interview those winners. So don't go anywhere. The members of PPL will be here soon, but we will have a quick break. Thank you, Sloth, for casting that game. It was a ton of fun. Congrats to PPL, and we'll talk to them in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. We're in the winners interview with 2 out of 3 of the PP legends, maybe only the PP of the PPL, as Bloom has left. Kind of similar to Barcode, parallels to Nassel right now. Barcode also just dipped when it was a Showtime interview.
Their backs hurt like really bad after the games, so they gotta hit up the chiropractor, I think.
Yeah. And first team All Pro, first seed, first in a lot of things. And there was no curse here today. You got it done. What are you feeling right now? What's your immediate reaction?
Relief. You go undefeated in the season. You do really well in the first day of playoffs, and then you're like, wait, wouldn't it be so funny if we lost to PLX again? It'd be really funny. And thankfully we avoided that. But yeah, relief is definitely the first thing. It was poised to be ours. You don't want to drop that crown.
Yeah, you gotta point your eyes towards the stars.
You're just pulling out all the land names now.
Well, Fiery, any thoughts after the win? Like, what's your immediate reaction?
I mean, I'm just really happy because, if anyone knows like my history, this is like my third NASA Grands, I think, at this point, and my first time actually winning. So I'm just really happy.
All right, and heading into a bit more of the in-game sort of things, it's been a melee goalie world, but the PP Legends, not many teams are saying no to Mako, Atlas, Asher, Dubu, but your team's saying no. I know Bloom isn't here, but if you're going to speak a little bit for him, what's your general game plan going into this with such a different goalie mindset?
Offense hard, right? Offense is hard. We only have 2 people. They have 2 people. Like, it's, we're just like ping-ponging it back and forth. Somebody's going to use some stupid ability, and then it's going to go flying. But if we have 3 people versus their 2, it's pretty good. Helps our offense that may or may not be at times. But Bloom, always been a fan of the freaky picks, if you will. I know we tricked chat in the finals thinking that it was going to be Juno midfield and then Imi goalie, but no, he had a better idea with the Juno goalie. But I don't know, he's not a big fan of Mako. He could go into that for ages. He probably typed, I think, multiple paragraphs in the past 2 days about how he doesn't like Mako. So just doesn't think she's that great. And also she's really boring, and that one I can agree with. That one I think even chat can agree with. So we don't like boring. If he's bored, he plays like shit. I won. I get 1.
Okay.
I get 1. Everybody gets 1. It won't happen again. The filter's back on.
And also, more on you in particular, the Rune has been quite a pick for PPL, right, in both the goalie and the midfield position, and it drew so many bans. Well, what were you thinking, like, when you first started bringing the Rune into the arsenal?
Well, I've been playing Rune since beta, since he came out, basically. He's pretty good back then, and then he stopped being that good for a very long time. And once he became good again, it's like, why not? It's my time. I've been playing this useless character for ages. I got to get in there. And also, I think most people would agree, really screwed up character right now. He's very good. Night Market, he feels great. He's really good into damage, in my opinion. I think you can really avoid a lot of damage. Good into Juliet. You don't have to play by those walls, which Juliet pretty popular throughout this entire NASA finals. So just a great character. Why not, right?
Yeah, and Fiery as well. You had quite a diverse brawler pool throughout the playoffs and overall in general, I guess. Do you just pick whatever's open, whatever you think will fit, or is there some kind of a strategy you're going into all these pick bans with?
So lately, on any map that's not like an open map, such as Oni, I've just been picking the characters that can abuse size the most, such as X, Asher, Juliet. But pretty much what I do is I go based off the draft, and then I pick whatever's left and whatever my team like thinks is the best pick there, because I can play every brawler at a decent level.
Right, and it's been quite the season of NASA. A perfect season, not dropping a single series. And top 2 here guarantees you a ticket to the winner's side of landing. What's in the PP Legends future?
I have a saying in my head, but I already got my one. Same stuff, different day. Same team. Probably. I hope. I mean, unless somebody's dropping dead that I don't know about. You know, Fire, you got a terminal illness? You good, bro?
Not that I know of.
All right, great, fantastic. We'll be there, and we will probably choke again, right? Right, buddy?
Sounds
We're
good.
really good at that. Yep. They set the bar really high. We make sure to bring it right back down every season. So I'll see you in NASA again.
Well, we'll see what happens when the qualifiers come. Also, up on the calendar, Pick Your Poison and Sony Hates Eject Button. Do you have any big plans, or is it business as usual?
We went undefeated in NASA, so it's the same thing. Same thing. We just got to do it again. Do it one more time. This time for money, so I care. So y'all are cooked now. Now there's money on the line, not just my ego.
All right. Well, these questions are getting a bit repetitive. I'm not the greatest question giver.
Yeah, I like the questions.
Yeah.
I'm working hard over here. I'm carrying.
Well, it's shout out time. Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we close it out?
Well, I think our coaches really went in the lab, and they worked so hard. I don't know where we would be without them. I think it's been like 5 sleepless nights like the past week. It's been incredible. The hustle. It's
God, amen.
All these picks you see, we have no free will. It's just what they want. They're pulling the strings. Like at this point, their voices are in my head permanently. So shout outs to them. Shout outs to every sub that played in my stead because I can't show up. It's too hard. I think was it H-Boy and Bertram?
Yeah, I think they both played a game or two.
And then they both lost. So good job, guys. Very good.
At least they were here,
What?
bro.
What? I pulled up and bailed them out every time. But other than that, Fire, you got anybody? Anything?
No, well, I mean, pretty much same thing, but like shout out to all the believers and all the peeps in the PPL group chat who we talk to every day. It's always a fun time, you know?
I got somebody we should shout out.
Who is that?
Shout outs to Maddie Branch
Oh shit, you're right.
for leaving us high and dry, abandoning us, retiring, giving up. And look at us now. See, we're better for it. We got the younger, more improved M word, Bloom. So, yeah, I think that's it. That's all we got.
All right, Bloom, I know you're in the chat. Anyone left that you want to shout out before we end the stream? There's like a little bit of delay, so we might be sitting here awkwardly for a little bit.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's going to shout out me, right? Shout out to my team. Yeah, I knew it. This
Well,
guy's corny.
with that, thank you everyone for watching another season of the North American Strikers Academy. Don't miss Pick Your Poison, Sony Hates Eject Button, the LAN, the qualifiers, the 3 million things that are happening in the future. I thought we were gonna stop. You know, I thought the game was anyway. Never mind. Goodbye, everyone.
Never dies.
And see you soon, because this game is not dying somehow yet. See ya.